Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Abu Dhabi Space Debate, defining the future of space, an incredible global platform we have for you today. I am Katie Jensen and I'm delighted to be your host.
Thank you, Katie. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, I'm Yunus Saif. The Abu Dhabi Space Debate sets out to define the future of space by providing global leaders the opportunity to come together and challenge the issues and opportunities of this sector.
Over the next couple of days, you'll have the opportunity to hear from a series of experts, each considered leaders in their field, to ask some of the big questions facing us today. Primarily, how can we ensure the fair use of space, to ensure it's used safely and fairly and for the good of all humanity? What are the new geopolitics of space? How can we protect our national space assets? How do we deal with any potential threats or cyber defenses? And ultimately, how can we ensure that space is more sustainable to help us both here on Earth as well as beyond? Well, our aim over the next couple of days is to ensure that we have a lively and inclusive debate here on this special global platform. We want to be able to encourage some high-level conversations, and we hope that you find these sessions valuable during these times of change.
Yes, we encourage an open, robust, and lively debate. We want to truly tackle the issues, not merely recognize their existence. Our aim is to provide a basis for concrete action in the development of a collaborative and cooperative global sector.
We are truly delighted to be able to welcome some of the top space nations in the world, as well as a number of leading players from the public and the private and public sector as well. Of course, with all of that in mind, we do have a little bit of housekeeping for you today. We would ask that you kindly join us promptly for the start of each session to ensure that we can get the most from these valuable conversations. And we would also ask that you please place your mobile phones on silent when you join us here.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be plenty of opportunities for interaction with the panelists on stage. Please don't be backward in coming forward. This is all about your voice, and we value each and every contribution you have to make.
So on that note, we are delighted to begin the debate today. It really is a great honor to welcome our first speaker to the stage. She is considered one of the UAE's foremost experts on space. She has been responsible for the country's remarkable achievements in this sector so far. From everything from sending the first Emirati into space, from sending the Hope probe to Mars, the UAE's lunar mission, and more. She has said, there is no doubt we are standing at the dawn of a new space era. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri.
Welcome to the stage, Your Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning to our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to this first Abu Dhabi Space Debate. And I would like to start out by thanking you for being here. In that simple commitment, you have agreed to take part in a process that is intended to have an entirely beneficial impact on the global space sector. In the coming 2 days, we have an enormous opportunity to examine, define, and seek potential resolutions to some of the challenges facing our sector. The impacts of these challenges will be felt way beyond the space sector and have the potential to touch people's everyday lives around the world. I believe at least some of them to be potentially existential to our peaceful and collaborative exploration of the limitless potential of space. But I also believe the impacts go beyond that, to truly define the limitless potential of humanity. We are only now taking the first painful, blinking steps towards understanding the world we call home. We sent a mission to Mars to better understand the atmospheric dynamics of Mars and the weather systems, but we still do not truly understand the weather systems here on Earth. How like us as a species to assume we understand the familiar, only to find that familiarity does not support understanding. We are only now realizing the potential and fundamental impacts of climate change, but I personally do not believe we yet truly understand them. Understanding requires information. It requires hard data. It means combining data sources, better integrating observations, working together to challenge each other, to help each other. We need to know more, recognizing that climate change exists, is a thing, has taken us decades, even as the data stared us in the face. Recognizing what it means remains guesswork 99% of the time. Earth observation technologies are going to be totally critical to the effort moving forward, just as they are undoubtedly set to play a critical role in mitigating the negative impact of climate change moving forward. But it's not just climate change. It's global navigation systems, it's communication networks, and yes, it's security and defense technologies. There are new actors, and there are also new challenges. We have moved from the bipolar world of the Cold War and its space race to a multilateral world where some 70 nations are today considered space capable, where a fast-growing private sector is taking an increasing role, and where global tensions have threatened some of the most cherished aspects of our great sector. The challenge of space debris is one we have been kicking down the road, but every kick of the can is now $1 trillion in additional remediation cost. It would be no surprise, but it's not time to act. It's already too late to act. That is not an excuse for inaction. It's a clarion call. We're dubbing it the new space age, but it hasn't been an overnight change as much as a slow shift in dynamics and change in priorities. Our most important piece of international legislation, the Outer Space Treaty, dates back to 1967. And if CubeSats are now the new PC, driving a desktop revolution, who's playing the role of the outdated mainframe manufacturer? There is an argument, in fact, that some of our legacy private sector players have become over-dependent on large government contracts, while behind them, the new space punks are innovating their way to the top. How do we evolve to ensure that business continues between what exists and what is newly developed so that we can truly realize the potential of private and commercial space? There is currently no global forum where regulators, governments, space commands, agencies, private sector, and academics can come together to take a holistic view of the development of this vital sector. This is where we believe the Abu Dhabi Space Debate, or as we've come to call it as a team, ADSD, has a key and valuable contribution to make in order to further define the development of our sector. I wish you every success in the coming 2 days, and I am delighted to be here with you and committed to doing anything and everything in my power to help you to move this debate forward. Thank you.
Now, international laws on space were first set when there were very few key international players in this arena. However, unlike the space race we saw back in the 1960s, outer space these days has many nation states involved. So with our everyday lives even more dependent on the information that is sent through space, be it medicine, communication, security, and much more. How can we ensure fair access for everyone? Well, our first panel debate this morning is titled The New Geopolitics of Space, and it's going to be exploring how we can strengthen international law when it comes to outer space. We are delighted to welcome our first moderator for this session, BBC journalist and news anchor Stephen Sakor. He is particularly celebrated, occasionally feared for his incisive interview style on the very popular BBC Hard Talk programme. Let's give him a very warm welcome and all of his esteemed panellists today.
I'm going to... Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to have a terrific panel with me today. I'm going to introduce you to all of them, but then going to get this debate underway as quickly as we can. Just to give you a sense of who I am, for those of you who don't watch BBC World News, my name is Stephen Sakor. I present a show on BBC World News called Hard Talk, which perhaps gives you a little indication that today I'm not going to give these panelists an easy ride. I'm going to ask them some tough questions. And there are, indeed, I think, a lot of challenging and tough questions when it comes to space exploration and the geopolitics of space. We're calling this the new geopolitics of space, and I'm very intrigued to tease out what is new about the geopolitics around space exploration, and that's why we've gathered this panel together, because we have a real panel of expertise with us. So I'm going to start on this side, ladies and gentlemen, introduce you to them all. Don't applaud them individually, because that will take too long. Just save your hands for a riotous round of applause when I've introduced you to all of them. So at the far end on this side, please do welcome Dr. George Friedman. Now, George has been a strategic consultant, a geopolitics forecaster for many years. He's authored a number of best-selling books, including The Next 100 Years. So at some point over the next 45 minutes, I hope George is going to tell us where space exploration will be 100 years from now. Next to George, we have Peter Round. He is president of the Royal Aeronautical Society. He was an Air Commodore in the Royal Air Force in the UK. He was capability director at the European Defence Agency. Next to Peter, many of you will recognize His Excellency Omran Sharaf, who is Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation for Advanced Science here in UAE. He is chairman of the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And of course, he was project director of that remarkable Emirati Mars mission with the Hope probe, which of course still continues. Now, on this side, do give a very warm welcome to William Alberk, who is Director of Strategy, Technology and Arms Control at the International Institute for Strategic Studies in Berlin. And previously, William was Director of NATO's Arms Control and Non-Proliferation Center. And on the end, on this side, we have Neil Morissetti, who is Vice Dean of the Department of Science, Technology, Engineering and Public Policy at University College London, and was former commander of UK Maritime Forces. I think you'll agree, ladies and gentlemen, it's a panel packed with expertise and experience and insight. So now, do release your hands and give them all a very warm round of applause. I think as Katie said at the very beginning, we want this to be truly interactive. I know there's an awful lot of experience and expertise amongst you delegates here in the auditorium. So we have roving microphones. We've got about 45 minutes of conversation ahead of us. I do want you all to be engaged in this, and you're going to come up with some much better questions than me, I can assure you of that. So whenever you feel the time is right to ask a question or air a thought, just raise a hand and we'll get a microphone to you, and we want you to be part of this conversation. So do not hesitate. That is my message to all of you. Now, let us begin. We are calling this the new geopolitics of space, and as I said, I'm interested in this word new because it seems to me that from the very beginning of space exploration, it has been driven by a couple of key factors. One was a military impulse and imperative, and another was the rivalry of great powers. In particular, of course, through much of our 20th century, that was the rivalry and hostility between the United States-led West and the Soviet bloc. Things have changed, but how much have they changed? I'm going to start with you, George, and ask you whether you think there really is a new geopolitics of space, or whether the drivers, the impulses are pretty much the same as they've ever been.
Well, the first space age was bound up with the Cold War, and its geography really was from geosynchronous orbit down to the face of the Earth. And it was a place where we spied on each other. It was a space where we listened to each other, but it was bound up with a particular war. Right now, that anchor has loosened. It's not gone, but it's loosened. And the important thing that's happened is that our major efforts are going outside of geostationary orbit. There right now, the Orion is landing, I think, in a few hours, I'm not sure, hopefully safely in Shanghai. And this is a plane that can land on, will be able to land on the moon. It will be able to take material back from the moon, and it will change the geography, because the moon is essential in this. All geopolitics is about at least two things. One is war, the other is commerce. We have done everything we could to exhaust the war, but commerce remains. And we have a planet, the moon, whose internal structure is very similar to the Earth's. It was created from the Earth. And so the minerals and everything else that might be there are there. We now know that it has water. We've hardly explored it. We've not seen the poles. There's many things we haven't. But we have a planet there that is similar in structure to the Earth, strategically located to engage in war if it had to. And we've gone there. The United States, at least, has gone there right now in a very major way, and not appreciated by people what's happened. So I think we're entering a new stage. It's geographically the stage outside of geosynchronous orbit, deeper, and a stage that's looking at the possibilities of serious commercial use. And where commerce goes, well, war frequently follows. This I can't help. But it will be a very fundamental change in the way we treat space. It is no longer part of a small game of the Cold War, I think.
Right, so we're very much post-Cold War, and we're very much in an era where commerce and commercial opportunity are big drivers of the next phase of space development. Omran, I want to turn to you, because I think if we're going to talk about a post-Cold War space era, it is very interesting to tap into your experience. You were a key leader in the Emirati mission to Mars. You had to navigate and deal with various sort of geostrategic and economic factors in building your mission. Does it seem to you, speaking for a space program that is not part of the big power rivalry, but is very much an ambitious, rising space power, that things are fundamentally different today in the 21st century from, the 20th century?
Yes, definitely. If we look at it the landscape today compared to what it used to be in the past, it's very, very different. If you look at the case of the UAE, when we actually started our space program, when the UAE decided to send a mission to Mars, we didn't look at it as a space race. We looked at it as a space cooperation. The reason why we were able to deliver a mission in a very short period of time was because we cooperated with nations. We didn't start from scratch. We started where others ended. Of course, there are some challenges with the changes in technologies. To be very honest with you, when it comes to science and technology, the landscape of the geopolitics changes. What you're not able to do in the past, you're able to do it because of the technology, and going back to what Dr. George mentioned earlier today. And how to maintain that kind of a balance of making countries comfortable to work with each other, to have an open knowledge transfer program, and at the same time maintain its national interest. So things are evolving very quickly, and again, if you look at the case of the UAE, an emerging space nation that was able to reach Mars in a very short period of time, was able to put more than 18, 19 satellites in space in a very short period of time. I think there's a lot of lessons learned.
Is it primarily about national prestige, or is it clear-headed economic advantage to have a space program in a country like UAE?
So in the UAE's case, it's about nation building. When we decided to build our space program, it's about the future of our economy. It's about building our science and technology sector. It's about building a competitive and a creative knowledge-based economy. So it's about the future of the UAE, and also building the capability and the capacity to address strategic national challenges, such as food security, water security. The set of skills that you get out of space programs, out of building systems that work in a very harsh environment, out of technologies you develop for a human to survive in a very harsh environment, will serve you on Earth. So that's the philosophy that was taken by the UAE. And each country has their own priorities and different interests or drivers for their space program. But in the UAE's case, it's more of a tool and a mean for a bigger objective.
Okay, that's fascinating. Now, we are assuming we're in a post-Cold War era, but we're in an era also of frankly, rising geopolitical tensions. William, I want you to reflect on how those tensions are going to impact space programs and space ambition. I'm thinking, for example, of the fact that the European Space Agency has an ambitious Mars project to land a vehicle, a lander on Mars, which is capable of mining deeper than any vehicle has ever mined below the surface of the planet before. The problem is that that entire mission was predicated on getting to Mars via a Russian rocket. That is suspended. And in fact, it looks like the whole project may be jeopardized because there isn't another rocket available to take that mission to Mars. So how difficult is the current climate because of the geopolitical tensions which we see between the West and Russia, which we also, frankly, see rising between the West and China? Is that deeply problematic?
Yes, in terms of the model that we had for what space cooperation looked like in the 90s and 2000s, where it was going to be a very supportive environment, countries working together, the International Space Station, with the return of great power competition, and particularly the UN Security Council being more divided than it's ever been, it is difficult to see that kind of model for cooperation ever coming back. At this point, the Russians have gone their own direction in terms of international cooperation, massive sanctions looking to cripple parts of their economy, and deservedly so. They've taken a very unlawful stance towards many issues. China, of course, seeking to become a preeminent power, and seeking to contest the US position in predominance. So yeah, we're looking at international competition. At the same time, you've got massive, massive involvement of smaller and medium-sized space powers, including not only nations, but industry.
Yeah.
And contestation between industry and space is another new frontier that we're gonna have to look at coming up. And how do we then manage national competition new powers coming in, great power competition, warfare on Earth, and industry in a way that makes sense. And that's why the UN effort at defining responsible behaviors in space is going to be one of our best hopes to try to manage competition and reduce the risks of unintentional escalation and war that could start in outer space, or at least reflect the conflicts that are happening on Earth.
So I suppose the new geopolitics may be somewhat dangerous, even anarchic, in the sense that, you know, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, essentially it was binary. You had two ideological foes who were indulging in a space race, and there was a certain predictability that came with that. Now you have many more actors. You have state actors at many different levels. I believe 70 at least countries have a space program of one sort or another. But as you've just alluded to, you also have a whole bunch of non-state actors, some of the biggest corporates in the world, who are now absolutely convinced that there are profits to be made in space and who have their own agendas. So, Neil, is the international community capable of regulating and ensuring the sustainability and safety of this more unpredictable environment in space?
Very challenging question. I think if we look around other aspects of society today, because this conundrum that you described for space is not unique to space. It exists around the world in virtually everything we do. And the reality is, I think what we're going to have to look to is what is within the bounds of the possible. So we're going to have to look to what we could agree are the accepted norms of behavior in space. And then we're going to have to hold each other to account to those accepted norms. If you're looking for great treaties between 70 plus nations, I think we're wasting our time, quite frankly. But there has to be a conversation. We have to engage in that conversation, and nations have to be open to engaging in that conversation. And as I've said, calling out other nations when they failed to comply with what has been the accepted norms of how we're going to explore space, how we're going to democratize exploration, how we're going to manage the military elements and the economic elements.
But you just said that it would be a waste of time, so it's
no, I think it's a waste of it's a waste of time if you're looking for a great treaty on vellum with lots of signatures,
right? Because
you won't get that. You may be able to evolve existing treaties, but otherwise you've just got to get agreement on norms between nations.
I mean, I'm a journalist, so I suppose I'm predisposed to take a somewhat bleak view of the way international relations work. But if one looks at the United Nations, for example, and the degree to which it is proving to be an utterly ineffective means of trying to establish norms, establish the rule of international law, one can only say that if the UN is to be the vehicle through which we try to regulate and ensure the safety of, space exploration going forward, we are very likely to be deeply disappointed, are we not?
Yeah, if you try and get 193 nations to agree on this, I think we will be disappointed. But if you start with those 70 nations who are engaged in space, who understand what is required, where it is, then you have more progress. And you may well start this on a regional basis. The idea of getting complete global agreements at the outset is an unlikely occurrence.
Peter, where do you think we should start then? If we are to try to put in place the building blocks for the next sort of century of space exploration, and we want to do it in a way that is collective, collaborative, and avoids outright hostility, and indeed avoids sort of despoiling space with debris and danger because of a lack of responsibility and regulation, where would we begin?
Yeah, thanks very much. I think the beginning and the end have to be about cooperation. If we look at the space journey, in a sense, which started with military advantage, then to the provision for the sophisticated, then to the provision of services for all, and then learning about our planet, because we've got to remember that the services that space can provide can help us with the other great problem on our planet today, which is sustainability. We have to work and recognize that space is for all and about all. But if you try and bite off a chunk off the elephant that's too big, you'll never get an agreement. So the starting place has got to be cooperation amongst those who have access to space. And that involves not just those who are being responsible about their access to space, but recognition that space is a place of boundless opportunity. With boundless opportunity comes the ability to perhaps produce boundless wealth, and that leads on to the bad behaviours piece. So noting that space is now competed, we know it's vital, and we know it's becoming more populated. The way forward is to start with those who have access to space, and then as more, and there will be more and more nations and commercial operators have access to space, they need to be brought into the agreements. The challenge we face, of course, is that space is extremely hard to police. We hear much today about space debris. We know space debris is being put there for many different reasons, but knowing how much space debris there is and where it is very difficult indeed. So we have to deal with this issue on the surface of the planet, and not perhaps by some a policing method in a place we can't really go to easily, and it's hard to do.
I mean, you say we have to, but unfortunately, we don't seem able to find common norms, agreements, rules and regulations that we can all abide by. I mean, I don't want to pick on China particularly, but you know, we know that China has, for example, used anti-satellite missiles to blow up things in space, and the debris they don't seem to worry about. And frankly, I'm not sure that there's any forum where they can be held to account for that.
No, and the point about, and I did it deliberately, of having a parallel between the sustainability issue, the green issue, if you like, and space, is because actually the problems, the geopolitical problems, the theme, and difficulties in space are matched by the same geopolitical problems we have in trying to get the world to be a greener place. We have operators, we have nations who may not be behaving the right way. The only way forward, in my view, is to get such clear demonstration that without space we are lost, and therefore by persuasion and by accepting that in the long term, if we don't do something, we'll lose space, and that will be at great cost to every nation.
George, you began by saying this is a very different time and that commerce is going to be a key driver of what happens next in space. Do you think there are common interests in the commercial exploitation of space that will actually bring us to a place of collaboration, cooperation, and shared rules?
The difference between a common interest and a universal interest are enormous. We see business being conducted always, and there are partnerships and so on. And one of the things I point out is there's a reason that the nation state is the fundamental organizing principle of humanity at this point. It works. It works, allows citizens to have perhaps some influence on what happens. It pursues an attainable end. The idea of global harmony is an end too far. It is not going to happen. We can claim that it should. We can blame everybody else but us. But the fact is that when you ask my nation to sacrifice in some project, we don't want to, and the other nations don't want to. The failure of international norms is based on the fact that it is very comfortable with an illusion, which is that there are common interests between nation states. And everything we've seen is that they have sometimes common interests, sometimes not. Demonizing those, well, is comfortable, but is not useful. We have to deal with the planet we're on, with the nations we have, with the interests that are present, and recognize that the one norm, or the two norms in human existence, one is commerce, the other is war. It is a constant thing. We can mitigate it, we can control it, and so on. But in the end, when it's waged, we fight for our country. And that doesn't necessarily mean there'll be norms. We can have norms between coalitions of nations, I would like to think that between the United States and the UAE, we have norms, and these are important. But a general set of rules of how the world works, well, that I think is a bridge too far and will mean that all the norms will collapse somehow beyond it.
I want to just at this point say to everybody, I know there's an awful lot of experience in the room, people who work for their own space agencies, who work in this field in various different capacities, both state and non-state actors. If anybody has a thought or a question about the environment that we are creating for the next 50 years, 100 years of space exploration, and the degree to which the geopolitical climate will directly impact what we as a species can achieve in space, do stick up a hand, because I'd love to hear from you. It can be a question, it can be a thought, but if you have something you want to say, please do feel free to say it now. So as we continue our conversation, just lift a hand and I will get a microphone to you. So was that a hand over there? Well, let's break the ice by getting you to give us a thought right now. So we'll get a microphone to you. I don't know where the nearest microphone is, but I hope one's on its way. Keep your hand up, sir, so we can see where you are.
There it is.
Oh, it's going to take a little time. Be patient, sir. Don't lose your thought. The mic is coming. By the time it gets to you, you may well be regretting that you raised your hand in the first place. It's slow, but it's sure, and he's almost there. We have the landing of the microphone. There we are.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
My name is Adrian Guzman from the Mexican Space Agency. I just would like to say that, well, I was trained as a scientist, and that's one of the conversations I have with many of my colleagues at the agency. And I try to think that when we need to solve problems, we need to think sometimes outside the box. Mm-hmm. And that's outside also boundaries. And we are very used to thinking in terms of boundaries when we speak of geopolitical, geo, Earth. And this is, I mean, the Earth is the box, so we need to think outside the box.
Yeah.
And one of the examples I like to use when I think in one, what was just mentioned by the Secretary of Education is that we need to train our next generations to actually think not only in science, but in every field outside the box, I mean, outside different boundaries. And a very good example is what happens with cyber things. I mean, the cyber space is boundless, and we experience a lot of different scenarios that we never experienced before as a humanity. And we are going to experience more and more and more with space exploration. So how to train this new way of not geopolitical thinking, but outside of the box political thinking is also necessarily and much more if we are going to have to work together, making policies, making science, making new generation projects.
Well, it's a very good point, Amran. I think it's fair to say, looking across us, that you are the youngest member of this panel.
Thank you.
You also are somebody who achieved very young in terms of an extraordinary space mission, which you were heavily involved in and which brought great success to the Emirates space program. How do you and your colleagues go about, establishing a truly open and collaborative mindset, to use the cliche, thinking outside the box, not accepting the sort of silos and perhaps the geopolitical constraints that previous generations of scientists and space explorers have had to exist in?
Thank you for the question, and it's something that I'd just like to highlight, that you cannot ignore geopolitics when it comes to technology. It's always going to be there, it's always going to impact your work, but that's when science diplomacy comes into place to try to bridge between the scientific community and the politics. So with the UAE's experience, what we did is basically, the key word is transparency. We were very transparent with our programs, we were very transparent with our intentions, we were very transparent with our intentions and the roadmap for our space program and how it serves our national needs. And I think this is where we can address a lot of those geopolitical challenges.
And you collaborated with American scientists and R&D. You collaborated with the Japanese who provided your rocket launch. So you reached out to different scientific communities, and obviously you weren't primarily thinking of geopolitics then. You were just trying to get results by finding the right people to collaborate with.
True, yeah, we did. But then, as I said, you cannot ignore the geopolitics. You have to understand the concerns of other nations. You need to take that into consideration, and you need to find a way or put a platform in place that allows you to work with multiple nations, protect their interests, protect your interests, at the same time, have the agility to address your needs as per the geopolitical landscape that's around you at the specific time.
Do we have anybody in our audience right now who works for one of the private commercial space companies? We have several, right. I'm just wondering, panel, and then I'm going to get back to questions. Is the future going to be more and more about private enterprise as a key driver? I'm just thinking of just the raw economics of this. Some of the most powerful people in the world in terms of wealth are people like Musk and Bezos, who have an extraordinary commitment to space and are prepared to spend unimaginable amounts of money, more money, frankly, than many state space agencies are prepared to spend. So is that where we should be looking for the new sort of momentum and dynamism in space exploration?
Yeah, I think a lot of the innovation is coming from there. Industry is going to supersede, in terms of numbers of satellites, governments in space very, very rapidly. And as we've seen, industry can be very nimble in terms of self-regulation. And so governments who typically work very slow in terms of agreeing to rules and norms can look to industry for how self-regulation is starting to develop, and then incorporate the best elements of that into how the government then tries to regulate space. But industry on innovation, on technology, on many things is going to be taking the lead over the next few years.
All right. When you say self-regulation, what do you mean exactly?
I mean, for instance, two companies in space deciding to divide up orbits for their space constellations. This is the kind of thing that if they went through a government process, an international organization process, might take months or years to organize. But because these companies need to be nimble, they need to act, they go ahead and they work together and they come up with their own ideas. And government can then take from that and try to, impose more control over the process.
Right. I mean,
Sorry, can I add to that? I think it's broader than that, in the sense that if you look at the 21st century challenges, none of them fit neatly into a stovepipe, whether it's a government stovepipe, government department, or a nation stovepipe. It's much more multilateral, much wider engagement, public, private sector, civil society, and space is no different there. And that's got to be developed, that's got to be encouraged in order that we can get that relationship, that understanding, and that working together and drawing best practice. And maybe we need to be thinking more, Omran's mentioned sort of science diplomacy, I think science diplomacy, space diplomacy, that's going to be part of the education process of diplomatic services and others, in order that this is all factored into that thinking and those conversations.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll hang on to that thought about space diplomacy and how it can be separated out from other forms of diplomacy, which...
I don't think it can.
Right, yeah. Well, one hopes so, because other forms of diplomacy aren't performing too well right now. So I do hope that's true. I know there were hands going up all over the place. Ma'am, is that a hand up because you want to? Yes. Well, in that case, don't despair, because the microphone is right there.
Is that me?
Keep talking, and we'll try to make sure it's switched on.
Okay. Well. My name is Rosa Maria Ramirez de Arellano. I work in the Mexican Space Agency as a General Coordinator of International Affairs and Space Security. I have the honor to chair the COPUS in 2018 and the high-level conference of Unispace Plus 50. But we are talking, if it's correct, please, talking about the commercialization, about to establish rules, about everything. As a matter of fact, until today, I'm a lawyer, until today, we have no rules. Any company, any country that they have enough technology capacity and resources, financial, etc., can go to the moon, to Mars, to asteroid, to other terrestrial body, and establish in the case of the moon, in the south part of the moon, in the water, there are no rules. You talk, sir, about the building blocks. I participate in the Institute of Hague, but it's only talking about the exploitation of space resources. But that's not enough. Copius had a working group to establish in 5 years some rules, something like that. At the end, it will be no binding regulation.
So, if I may then, so just to summarize what you're saying is,
yes,
don't be misled. There are no rules,
yes,
really.
But it is important because Houston, we had a big problem. There are no rules, legal rules, there are no rules. We have the Artemis Accord, we can make agreement, memorandums of understanding. The Moon Agreement only have 18 ratifications, it's not enough. We have the other space treaty, only he prohibited to appropriate to the celestial body. We have a lot of work to do together, establish rules together. Thank you.
Yes, well, it's a good contribution because there's a lot of talk, but ultimately, as the lady says, there really aren't any rules, and there are various accords and efforts to establish rules of the road, but a lot of countries that are important don't sign up to them, and frankly, enforcement is pretty much impossible anyway. You look as though you want to say something, Peter, so go on.
I do, Stephen. Thank you very much. And perhaps also declare an interest that I'm involved in new space in a different way of being here. But I think we, from what we've heard, and we've been generally talking about big things, and I think we need to think about small things as well. And by that I'm talking
do speak right into the mic.
I'm talking about the near-Earth issues to do with low Earth orbit satellites. We're in a position now where the cost of launch is going down, the availability of launch is probably the biggest challenge. But we're in a position where commercial operators can effectively build, launch and operate satellites without involvement necessarily of a nation state. I do understand about flagging of satellites and all the rest of it. But that ease of access, which is continuing to get easier, will lead us to a position, I suspect, before too long, before we have nefarious use of space. And if some in the audience laugh at that concept that a independent bad actor might use space for their own aims, I just remind people that 15 years ago, the same argument was being put forward about the use of submarines for drug smuggling, and they are used for drug smuggling. So the ability to access space means that those who are operating outside the law may start to access space, never mind those who are operating as nation states within the law who are not necessarily following any conventional rules and regulations.
So, in short, there are many, many reasons to be very apprehensive about the future.
I think there are, and also a problem we have is the speed at which we can react, because certainly the commercialization of space is going at a pace which rules and regulations, certainly to an international scale, can't keep up with.
Yeah. Omran, you come to you in a sec, sir, but you looked earlier as though you wanted to say something, so say it now.
Yes, just actually just one point I would like to raise here. Yes, we do need to have rules and regulations. We do need to have more laws. But one thing I want to highlight also, as the United Nations, as a body, we cannot also underestimate the role it played in maintaining peace overall and dialogue between nations. Okay, maybe it's not as efficient. It could be maybe more efficient, more effective, but it did get us where we are today. 60 years ago or 50 years ago, if there was no such kind of a platform to have these discussions, I don't know where we'll be today.
Can I be very blunt with you? I
Yes.
mean, we're talking about the geopolitics of space. In your forthcoming ventures in space, and I know the Emirates is very keen to continue, has very ambitious plans for the future, are you as open to working with China and Russia as you are with collaborators in the United States?
So the UAE works with everyone. We do though have to work within certain constraints given the commitments that we have internationally to our partners. We take the concerns of our partners into account, and we do put systems in place to protect the interests of our partners so that it's not compromised.
That's an extraordinarily diplomatic answer. I'm not quite sure what it meant. Did that mean, yes, we are absolutely as open to working with Beijing and Moscow as we are
We work with everyone.
You work with everyone?
Yes.
And you're actively seeking, you know, scientific collaborations with everyone?
It depends. For example, the Emirates Mars mission, we have the data. It's available to everyone around the world. The data from the Emirates Mars mission, we work with everyone, we provide it to everyone. Then when you work on developing certain technologies with your partners, then you have to take their concerns into account. And that's something that you have to deal with through your systems of governance that you have in place. And we've been doing that. But then, again, our national interest dictates how we work, where we work, and who we partner up with.
Okay. Yes, sir. You've been patient. You had your hand up. I don't know where the nearest microphone is. Who's in charge of mics? Could we get a microphone up to the gentleman who's got his hand up over there? Oh, goodness, it's a long way. Be patient, sir. It's coming. I think we seem at the moment to have one microphone for the room, so just bear with us. Ma'am, you're going up the wrong staircase. Yeah, keep going. You're nearly there. All right, here we go. Yes, yeah, up the stairs, ma'am. Up the stairs. Yes, there we go. We got there. Yes, sir. Go on.
Good morning. My name is Isa Habib. I'm a content creator from Nas News Arabia. First of all, thank you guys for being here. It's a very interesting talk. As someone who's working in media and a content creator, our job is to showcase and to give attention to certain topics, to certain people, and we try to get the general public to be interested in such topics. When it comes to space, there's a lot of things that are popular. For example, the environment, the climate change, the satellites, with the benefits and the risks, all that stuff. What would you say is, from your opinion, is something that we need to give more attention to? The general public needs to know more about. That is probably lacking, and maybe we as content creators can actually do better at doing that, or people in media.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, to communicate the importance and the excitement of space exploration, what content really fires people up? You know, how can you get people around the world convinced that space really matters? What kind of content really conveys that?
That's me.
Yeah, well, any of you really, but you're looking like you've got something to say, so go for it.
If anyone else would like to... in our case, for example, I mean, as I said, like the messaging was very important. The Emirates Mars mission had a very clear strategy in getting the youth, the young ones involved, because part of that was changing the culture within the UAE, or building that R&D focused culture among the youth, build interest into it. You need to make it more layman for them. They need to see that, you know, to be part of the space program, you don't have to be a scientist or you don't have to be an engineer. There's many different opportunities. You can still pursue the area that you have interest in and go into it. That's from the youth point of view. But then when it comes to the public, as in like what's the worth of investment in this, or why are we doing this? You need to start showing the ripple effect of the impact, whether it's quantitative or qualitative. Certain things you'll be able to do it in the short term, but most of these things you're not going to see the benefit of it until 5, 10 years, 15 years down the line.
Isn't there a problem here, though, and it's borne out in public surveys which show that many people in the United States, Western societies where opinion polls are conducted all the time, they say that they're not convinced of the worth of spending big bucks on space programs when they see so many problems here on Earth. Right now we see massive economic problems, but we also see the problems of climate change. And you know, even Prince William, heir to the crown in the UK, recently said he couldn't understand why all these billionaires are investing their money in space when they should be investing their money in fixing problems.
Isn't that because you look for a return in dollars as opposed to a return in what it means for society and the benefits of society? So the challenges of climate change. You need information, we need knowledge from space if we're going to address climate change. And it's that narrative that we need to get explain
so,
to the
maybe
public.
that's part of the messaging that we're needing to hear.
Yeah.
That it's not pure sort of theoretical science, space science. It actually does materially improve our lives.
This is what gives your society the skills to tackle the challenges we're facing today.
Yeah, yeah. All right, we've got time for one more question. If there's a gentleman up there, so I'll tell you what. So you attracted my attention, so you're going to get the question. Ma'am, just go up the stairs and you'll find the gentleman's got his hand up. Yep, there we go.
Good morning, all. This is Surendra Singh from Times of India, New Delhi. It's a very interesting debate, I should tell you first. And there are two questions. One related to the anti-satellite killer, ASAT weapon, which you talked about just now, where the thing is that US and Russia had already developed this kind of defense system for their country in order to protect its space assets.
India has too, right?
In 1950s and 1960s. Right now, emerging Asian powers like China and India, they are also testing these anti-satellite defense system in order to protect their growing assets, space assets. So is it okay to say that US and Russia can build, and if others also try, then it becomes a problem for the West? This question is for Mr. Peter Round. And my second question is related to the constellation of satellites which are being sent by various private companies, not only US agencies, Western countries, but even by some private Indian companies. And this launching of constellation of satellites in 40s, 50s, even thousands will lead to crowding of space, outer space? This question is for Mr. William Alberg.
Okay, well, let's deal with the anti-satellite systems, and the point being, it's inevitable that given the US and the Russians have developed this technology, that others will want it too, it will proliferate, and, you know, frankly, it's part of the militarization of space. Inevitable, yes?
I think it is inevitable. I think we have to recall that real, true exploration of space started with the military, and still today it's very heavily military in every aspect, and of course the geopolitics of space is heavily affected by what we've seen in the last few months, which we've not discussed, which is the availability of space-based data for all in the war in Ukraine, and we've seen so much of that space data coming from non-government operated space devices. That means, of course, that everything in space is vulnerable, and every aggressor and defender will see that space is vital to their interests. So I think proliferation is inevitable. So I think what we have to do, certainly I think the part of your question is it okay for some and not for others? No, it's not. We have to apply the same rule to all, but we have to find a way of cooperation, and it's geopolitics again, to make sure those behaviors are responsible.
Yes, I mean, we're basically pointing out a lot of problems and expressing the hope that there'll be a new, I don't know, forum or a new dynamism to international effort to not to extinguish and eliminate, but to regulate these technologies.
Yes, and I think it comes back to the previous question about how do we educate for space, that it's not just about education for the future. That's really important, but we have to look at how dependent we are today, and I'm not sure many of our population realise that.
Right, and just briefly, William, it was the question about the mass launch of these hundreds and hundreds of satellites in arrays or series of them, and the degree to which that's creating new dangers.
Absolutely. Congestion and contestation are two of the big issues for low Earth orbit, which is going to emphasize the need for some sort of space situational awareness, a common situational awareness, hopefully universal, but it could be built up from a regional level, as well as some sort of space traffic management. And this actually ties into the last question as well with ASATs, because they create debris fields as well.
Of course they do.
And that's why the US effort to abjure direct ascent ASAT testing is very important. That is one of the first big rules that we can already see momentum. I think 9-10 countries have signed up to that, Japan the latest. And this is a way that you can see a sort of bottom-up approach, not going for 193 countries at first, but a bottom-up approach to governance, either through universal declarations like this or through regional efforts could contribute to space management.
Yeah, so I guess, unfortunately, the red light is shining, which tells me that we've run out of time, and we've only just begun to scratch the surface. The good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that you've got 2 days to thrash out some of these issues and get further forward with them. I hope we've flagged up some of the important challenges that face us all as we think about the next generation of space exploration. But I guess what's become clear is that we're not going to slow down the pace of technological advance in space. What we have to do, both private sector as well as state sector, what we have to do is find new levels of transparency, new forums through which information is shared, exchanged, and frankly, new ways in which trust can be built. Whatever else is happening in the world, and as we've alluded to, the geopolitics of the world right now is extraordinarily difficult. There has to be a way in which space can be a place where trust is built and established, however difficult things may be here on planet Earth when it comes to geopolitics. So that's just, I hope, a thought that you can take with you to forthcoming discussion, because there are going to be many different ways in which we continue to discuss these particular challenges. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we run out of time with this particular terrific panel. So as we depart the stage and hand you back to your conference chairs, let me just invite you to give our panel a very big thank you. Thank you all very much indeed. And we must leave now, everybody.
Thank you, Stephen, and a very special thank you to our distinguished panelists.
Certainly some fascinating insights this morning. Well, space development has reached an inflection point, transitioning from a phase of discovery to phases of commerce and security. And as companies and countries continue to harness new technologies in order to push new boundaries, our focus must now be on how we can create a future that is secure as well as prosperous. So with that in mind, we are very pleased to introduce our next panel today. Our next panel is dedicated to ensuring the stability of national space assets. We're very pleased to welcome our moderator for this session, Mr. William Alburki. He is the Director of Strategy, Technology and Arms Control at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. We're delighted he is also joined by Dr. Robin Gaith, the Director of the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, as well as Brigadier General Terry Blanc, the Deputy Commander of the French Space Command. We are also very pleased to welcome Colonel Kazuki Tamai, the Commander of the Space Operation Group at the Japan Air Self-Defense Force, as well as John Hill, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space and Missile Defense at the US Department of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome our panelists today.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here to chair the second panel. I had the honor of participating on the last panel, and now I am a little bit intimidated with such a very prestigious panel of experts, as you heard, from France, from the United States, from Japan, and from UNIDIR. Some excellent discussions in the previous panel that we could draw upon as well. I'm not going to bother to read the biographies of our speakers. They are well known to many of us in the field. The topic is very important. We are in an era, as we discussed in the previous panel, of contestation, congestion, and a lack of regulatory oversight in the outer space domain. And at the same time, great power competition is accelerating, and industry in space, increasingly congested, low Earth orbit, and in addition, the capability to reach middle Earth orbit and geostationary orbit. The number of players, the types of players in outer space increasing, and even a possibility not too far on the horizon for non-state actors to reach outer space, something that came up a little bit in the previous panel, which we need to look at. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, the idea of non-state actors having access to guided missiles was fanciful, and now we see non-state actors with precision-guided missiles and using them in combat situations, including in this region. The idea then of a non-state actor, a terrorist organization, or a separatist group having access to low Earth orbit is something that can't be seen as out of the question in the future. So I have a series of questions that we have for the panel, and I would like to start with His Excellency Mohammed Al Kuwaiti, if I may, the head of cybersecurity for the United Arab Emirates, and ask you, how do you see the role of small and middle-sized nations? UAE is obviously an emerging space actor with a very ambitious set of goals, as we heard from the previous session. So how do you see your role in shaping the security environment in outer space? And in particular, do you feel that the UAE has had a strong voice in ongoing debates in COPUS, in UN-USA, but also in the UN open-ended working group on defining responsible behaviors in outer space? Do you feel that you have a voice there? Do you feel that you have a role in shaping space behaviors?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question, and thank you very much for actually the organizers to bring us all together here to start that debate. And there was a great question actually in the previous panel, where did we start already? What are the main pillars of actually starting that debate, which we're already actually doing it right now? Today we heard UAE is actually already started many of those actions in order to fulfill and contribute, not only from an economical perspective, but also from a security as well as a humanitarian aspects in leveraging these technologies. Her Excellency mentioned a great important aspects of how UAE not only reaching that march for the sake of, again, prestiges in that perspective, but also for the importance of really contributing to the humanity parts in this perspective. Global warming challenges, as well as more other global challenges that we need to actually be a part of that. Knowing all of those challenges and knowing what is the landscapes of all of those challenges actually dictated through the equation of many of this world is actually changes. UAE is a part of many of those important contributions today in the United Nations, for example, open-ended working groups, or even the group of experts, as well as other entities that we actually been participating and working together and really voicing our sound there. And that really helped in not only setting the UAE as a model in contributing and really changing and bringing that model across many of those entities. We did that, as a matter of fact, not only on the space and that perspective, but also in our field, in the cyber security aspects. Cyber security, for example, UAE became number 4th or 5th worldwide in that perspective. And that didn't come out of just really participating in many of those working groups, but actually contributing and bringing a great added value across many of those aspects. Today, in the strategy of cybersecurity, for example, which is similar to that strategy of space, we need always to start with governing many of those policies, setting those rules, policies, laws, legislations, things that we could actually allow these norms to change. And then to start building many of those technologies, building capabilities, building human factors, as well as really enhancing and building those policies, those right policies. We call it, for example, in the cyber, the Geneva Cyber Convention, and that perspective, and how we ensure a real, safe, and secure environment for everybody once they actually comes and transfer to that digital transformation era that we are already actually on. Then there is the partnership. And that's an important piece that we've been hearing across the previous panelists, and I believe in the next 2 days we'll be hearing this a lot. Partnership not only on the private sector or academia or industries. Today the threats are really imminent in many of those aspects. And here we're talking about not a regular IT systems. It's more as an industrial control systems. It's an OT that needs to touch upon many of those security, resiliency, as well as collaborated efforts that need to be actually across many of those aspects of building that critical missions, space-related missions, as a matter of fact. And did our voice is heard here and there? Definitely, I believe. We have contributed in many of those aspects, and we're continuing contributing in that across many of those fields.
Well, that's an excellent answer, and I do think you've touched on so many important areas. I mean, cybersecurity of space assets is a very critical issue. And in addition, there's a lot we can learn from the cyber domain in terms of designing governance for outer space. So I think that's excellent. Another domain that it strikes me we can learn for governance from outer space is the governance on the sea and above the high seas. And I'm glad that we have Brigadier General Thierry Blanc, Deputy Commander of France's Space Command. So France's establishment of a space force is very important, and recognizing space as an operational domain has been a critical part of both France's approach to space as well as France's approach within the NATO alliance. I wonder if you could tell me any of the challenges or advantages that you found in establishing the Space Force for France.
Thank you for the question. I'm sorry for my voice, because yesterday I celebrated the victory of the French football team in the World Cup. Just to come to the question, the French Space Command was set up in 2019, and I was a member of the team of this creation at this time. The Space Command set up in 2019 was based on four principles. The first is and was and is always the same: simplicity. The second is consistency. The third one was visibility, and all this principle for one aim is operational efficiency. Regarding these principles, the following maneuvers was decided. First, we gather responsibilities, we bring together expertise and skills, and we try to play, and we are playing subsidiarity. And therefore, the French Space Command is responsible for many different topics. First, operations. The second is the requirements of operational needs. The third one is cooperation and international relation, training, and generation of skills. And to answer more precisely to your question, we faced, and we are still facing, many challenges. The first one is the acceptance by the others, and by the others including other bodies within the Ministry of Defense. The second challenge was and is always to manage everything at once, and everything is human resource, infrastructures, doctrine, organization, equipment, and the effort we want to put on the space domain awareness, to set up some demonstrators, technological demonstrators and operational demonstrators, to take into account the innovative process, training, operation, and the threat assessment that the threat is increasing hugely, and cooperation, and I will come back later on. And all that in a very, very constrained time. Another challenge is to maintain and to increase efforts over time with a balance to preserve, to be preserved between, in fact, the innovation process and the benefit from the unique state-of-the-arts, top of state-of-the-arts, which our major industrial players got, and continue to develop it. In fact, we have to stay on the edge between innovation and the top of state-of-the-art on industrial perspective. And to coming back to cooperation, as I said, the French Space Command is developing its partnership, and in particular with the aim of making space and space activities as transparent as possible. As such, we invite our partners to develop space surveillance capabilities and share data. In this case, reciprocity is guaranteed. We work with our partners on establishing norms for responsible behaviors in space, and the development of confidence and transparency measures is our leitmotiv. France has put in place a law relating to space operation and space activities, and last week France joined the initiative launched by the USA and prohibited itself from conducting direct ascendant anti-satellite test. We also have a lot of different connections and arrangements, in particular with organizations represented by the other panelists here.
Well, thank you very much. And a lot of important things there, including signing on to the direct ascent ASAT ban. But space surveillance data and transparency is an issue, as well as DA ASAT, because of contestation in the space. And so if I could turn to Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense John Hill for Space and Missile Defense, the reason a ban on direct ascent ASAT is required is because of the return of great power competition in space, Russian and Chinese capabilities for space warfare that we've seen, and some irresponsible behavior. So what is the impact of all of this on the formation of US space policy, the Space Force, space as an operational domain from a US point of view?
Well, thank you, William, and thank you also to the UAE for hosting this excellent space debate, the ADSD. I like the acronym. Let me pick up on the point about what we're doing at the United Nations. It's actually a focus on not on systems. It's a focus on behavior. It's a focus on destructive testing of direct descent anti-satellite missiles. Many nations have missiles that could do that. So you can't ban the system, but you can try to control behavior. And that's what norms are about, is recognizing that we're all in space. Militaries are in space, civil operators in space, commercial operators in space. We all orbit through everybody else's activities. We have to conduct ourselves in space in a way that is perhaps different than what we've had to do on the domains in Earth. Space is a place of generating data, generating information, and transporting and moving data and information. So when you think about networks, and it's excellent to have a cyber expert on this panel, because space systems are part of the cyber domain. The cyber domain is in all domains. And so when you're thinking about, to go back to your question of competition, whether it's strategic competitors or any other system, nation states are looking for advantage in military posture. They look for it in all domains. And the information domain is the focus of modern military, just as it is in our modern societies. And so what you're looking at is we don't want to see warfare extend to space. We don't want it to originate in space. the problems that drive warfare and conflict are really on Earth. They're not in space, but space is a place of potential advantage. So how do you reduce the incentives for a nation to extend? And that means moving away from systems that are single nodes where there's great advantage to take away a node, such as by a missile attack. It means diversifying, using more resilient architectures. The modern architectures that you're seeing people deploy happen to be also more resilient. And so it reduces the benefits that any particular actor would find from launching attacks in space, which I think is really important to reducing the incentives for nations to resort to aggression. You want nations to solve their differences peacefully, and so you want to create an environment in which you have more stability at the military level. And so whether it's strategic competition among world powers or competition among regional powers, those same principles that underlie military stability also relate in this domain.
I think those are really excellent points. You have to get at the drivers of conflict and to disincentivize conflict and projecting that conflict into outer space. And I agree, resilience is going to be very important, which requires distributed assets. I recall General Hayton of Space Force, before he retired, said that we're moving away from big, fat, juicy targets in outer space and more towards resilience, constellations, more nodes, so that you don't have critical points of failure in space. And one of the ways to build resilience, of course, is through international cooperation. So I want to bring Colonel Kazuki Tamai, commander of Japan's Air Self-Defense Force Space Operations Group, into the conversation. Colonel, can you tell me what's your view, what's Japan's view on the changing landscape of international space operations? Do you see lots of room for cooperation regarding technology and security to build resilience in outer space, to find cooperation? Japan is a technological leader in outer space and in technology in general.
Okay, thank you so much. So first of all, so I'd like to try to introduce myself by Arabia. Assalamu alaikum. Is Colonel Tamai, Commander of Space Operations Group, Japan Air Self-Defense Force. Shukran jazilan. Ala da wati lil muttama. Satakam lilgata are in Inglaterra. Sorry, thank you. As a commander of Space Operations Group, just that, I have 5 perspectives for the changing landscape of international space operations. First, as the space industry develops further, the number of space activity and space objects will further increase. Second, as the private space service develops further, we will see more private space flights. Third, Lagrangian point and cislunar area will be increasingly important for space activities. So we will take advantage of Lagrangian points and cislunar area. Fourth, we will see large-scale development on Moon and the more need to transport large amount of supplies and personnel in space. Lastly, we will see humankind advancement to deep space, such as natural resource exploitation. In order to ensure the stable use of space, it's increasingly important to attain not only space situational awareness, but also acquire space domain awareness capabilities. To effectively perform SDA capabilities, establishing cooperation structure, especially information sharing structure with friendly nations, is an urgent issue for JASTA. Therefore, we need to put a lot of efforts for making the rules necessary for space operational units and for establishing command and control and operational procedures. Considering the fact that there is no border in space, which requires global activity, It's the most important to promote multilateral space cooperation, including military to military and public-private cooperation, not solely depending on space security of a single country. I believe this will lead to the stable and peaceful use of space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, I want to turn to Dr. Robin Geis as Director of UNIDIR, the UN Institute for Disarmament Research, and a very important player in conceiving how we think about rules and norms in outer space. It strikes me that the speakers have all discussed the need for cooperation, the need for rules. I also think it's very important that we combine as a base principle security and stability and sustainability. That often those are separated out, UN-USA and COPUS, but when we look at rules and norms, I think security and sustainability have to be part of the same conversation. So from the United Nations point of view, how do you see these efforts to improve governance of outer space? How do you see the UN Open-Ended Working Group and all the other efforts going forward on making sure that space can be sustainable and accessible to all?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, William. Warm thanks I do, of course, to the UAE for convening this space debate. It's a great pleasure to be here in Abu Dhabi. So I think for the United Nations, first off, an important role that it has is instilling a sense of urgency. I think to the many challenges that we're clearly facing in the outer space domain, if anything, dynamics point towards an arms race and not towards a race for peace at the present juncture. I think, for example, the UN Summit for the Future in 2024 is an important opportunity to elevate these discussions to an even higher political level and hopefully give them the momentum that they need, because after all, there are so many benefits for humanity to harness in outer space we cannot possibly compromise the peaceful uses. That's one. Another is, I think, the minister in her opening remarks, she alluded to this need for a holistic view that we need to take on the many multiplex challenges and dynamics we're facing in space. And this debate today contributes to this, but I think the UN has an important role as being that hub that can bring together the various stakeholders involved, that can really think hard about effective multi-stakeholder approaches, harnessing the knowledge that we find in the private sector. It's, become a platitude to say how important the private sector commercial activities are, but they will increase by orders of magnitude in the space domain, and we have to find good ways of channeling that expertise and knowledge also into the policy debates in meaningful ways. And then I think the previous panel, if I may, was a bit critical of what the UN can achieve, and the treaty is not in sight. And yes, that's true. We're not naive about this, of course. But it's also true that there's a lot of things we can do. Of course, further down the road, a treaty might become possible. But I think when dealing with a multiplex, multipolar security environment, we cannot possibly put our eggs in just one basket. It's not an all or nothing approach. It's not either it's a treaty or nothing else. If a treaty is not in sight just now, then there's so many other things we can do. The UN has a great role to play to socialize and cultivate common understandings about the type of threats we're talking about. It has an important role in protection issues. What assets do we actually want to protect? In understanding the complexities of the repercussions and ripple effects the loss of space capabilities would mean on different civilian commercial services on Earth. There's a lot to do there still, and I think the UN and its expertise and its hub function, again, bringing together multiple actors to discuss these items, there's a lot that can be done in that regard.
Just to follow up, so the UN is very good at bringing together nation states and has often brought in civil society, for instance. Is there a way in the process of defining space behaviors to bring in industry in a constructive and consistent way so their voice is heard, while at the same time reminding ourselves that the UN is member states?
Certainly, the UN is a member states when it comes to treaty making, and no one is putting that into any question. But in terms of collecting knowledge, compiling knowledge, the UN has an increasingly important role to play as the challenges we're facing have become so complex and interconnected. And yes, of course, there's various opportunities and ongoing efforts to bring in the private sector side. Our institute, UNIDIR, together with UNODA, we're hosting industry dialogues with this industry community in space. The doors are open to engage more of these actors. We're really working hard to compile that expertise and knowledge. Other low-hanging fruit, an example just to give is we're developing a space policy portal where we're now trying to bring together the various doctrines and policies that states, regional organizations, other actors are publishing increasingly on space. It's a small step towards more transparency and confidence building.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time on this panel, so rather than turning back to the panelists and reflecting on the questions so far, I'd like to open up and see if we have any questions from the floor for any of our panelists. See one in the back there? All the way up the steps, all the way up. Sir, if you could please raise your hand again so she can see you. There we go. Please introduce yourself and give us your question.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Loud and clear.
My name is Mohammed Al-Ali. I'm one of the content creators with New Media Academy over here. My question is, now that we see through the industry of airspace that we have private companies that started to come in to also go hand in hand with the governments to explore the space or go with different programs. Now, would the government at the moment start to share the information with those private companies, or would they just let them do their thing by themselves? So is there going to be a cooperation in terms of exchanging of information, or there going to be a limited kind of sharing? That's basically my question.
Would the panelists like to, panelists?
Yes,
Mohammed,
allow me, thank you for the question. Definitely it's an important, and it's the pillar of that partnership we've been talking about. Transparency is, again, an important aspect of many of such collaboration and partnership. I will give an analogy from a cybersecurity perspective, for example, where we started sharing great information with that private sector. We understand and we know the private sectors own many of that infrastructure. They own the systems, they own the software, they own the hardware, they own many of those aspects from a development perspective. So definitely it is important to share many of this information so that they are aligned, not only on their R&D and the next 5-10 years strategic aspects, but also on the tactical things that we see. Many of that information sharing, as well as really working shoulder to shoulder towards many of those aspects, is important for them to help us as government to really deter as well as respond and recover from many of those threats if it, God forbid, happens. So sharing information really is an important aspect with the private sectors, as they are an important and integral part with us in doing many of those aspects. So that's in a nutshell.
Yeah, can I turn to any of the other panelists? I mean, France, the US, and Japan all have very deep and long-standing cooperation with industry. Of course, this event being part sponsored by Thales, but also Airbus. But the US, a long-established relationship between the commercial and space sector. Either of you like to?
Just want to make 2 points about these topics. In fact, we have to set up a new way of cooperation between a major industry and new actors. And a good way of doing that is bringing together all these players within a kind of body, a cell that we call a commercial integration cell or joint operation commercial. And in fact, putting them together, they will try, or they will help us to develop solution. And I think it's a good way of sharing know-how and to, in fact, to be able to tackle the challenges we will face in the future. It would be a good way of doing that.
William, I would add that so space situational awareness is a classic example for where all space operators have an interest in sharing information. What's the ephemeris that our satellite is reporting? What are our sensors on the ground detecting of where things are? With more traffic in space, we want to, and more launches going into space, we want to deconflict these things. We all share that interest. For the United States, this is one of the reasons why we're moving some of that function from the Defense Department, which has the capability, but that's really a civil kind of function. It's not a military function. And that we already have agreements with over 30 countries and over 100 companies to share information and support those activities. But we really want to transition that into something that's more of a traditional civil type model.
And Colonel Tamai, do you have anything on Japan industry cooperation?
Also, so public and private information sharing is important. So in just that, so as for public-private partnership, we have already established a close cooperation with JAXA by dispatching two just that personnel. And also we are proactively seeking to cooperate with commercial satellite operations in Japan.
Great, thank you. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I'd love to take more questions, but unfortunately, we had a very condensed period to tackle some very interesting topics. So I please want you all to give a warm round of applause for our speakers for doing such an excellent job today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, William, and also a special thank you to our distinguished guests. We will now hear a message from Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata.
Dear Excellencies and distinguished delegates from around the world, greetings from the International Space Station. I am JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata. I would like to express my sincere and utmost respect to the United Arab Emirates, which have successfully accomplished multiple challenging missions in space in a very short span over the past 8 years since the establishment of the UAE Space Agency in 2014. It is my honor to participate in the first Abu Dhabi Space Debate from aboard the International Space Station. Since I saw the lunar landing of Apollo 11 on TV when I was 5 years old, I have cherished my passion for spaceflight, and as a result, I am here on board the ISS for Expedition 68 on my 5th spaceflight. Thanks to the excellent support of my colleagues in human space exploration programs around the world, I have spent a total of more than a year working in space. I will never get tired of the magnificent view of our blue planet I get to see every day during my time on the ISS. As many astronauts have said, our home planet is so beautiful and so fragile, with no visible borders separating countries. Living and working in space with our beautiful blue planet suspended in an endless expanse of darkness, I am keenly reminded that we are one human race. We are now witnessing various social and economic changes and challenges, such as progress in digitization, commercialization of space activities, congestion of low Earth orbit, and the issues of space debris, as well as global warming and climate change. In the field of human space activities, we're stepping into a new stage of exploration to the Moon and Mars with the Artemis program. Therefore, in the Abu Dhabi Space Debate, I believe it is essential to deepen the discussions about how the world can contribute to the resolution of these issues utilizing space technology. In order to realize safe and prosperous human society by promoting sustainable space development, we need to strengthen international partnership and innovation. It is significant that the world leaders get together here in the World Abu Dhabi Space Debate and discuss the issues that face humanity and their solutions. It is impossible to overcome various challenges in space development without bringing together state-of-the-art technologies on a global scale. International cooperation is indispensable. The successful operation of the ISS over the past 2 decades symbolizes the significance of international cooperation. International partnership in which many countries work together by focusing on their areas of expertise as well as technologies that can be expected to have ripple effects is very important. As for space sustainability, the current 17 items of the SDGs do not clearly refer to the activities in space. However, I believe it is fundamental to continue our space activities sustainably by protecting our environment in space for the future of human society. I would like to see that a new goal in space will be introduced that could potentially be the 18th goal of the SDGs. This is my desire to the leaders here in Abu Dhabi Space Debate. Taking on the challenges in sustainable space development will contribute not only to the progress in science and technology, as well as coping with the countermeasures against global warming, but also to the education of the young generation and economic development, which will lead to benefiting the entire world. From aboard the International Space Station, I wish you fruitful discussions and outcome.
That was the Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata, which leads us to our third panel. Our third panel session today addresses the issue of space exploration consortia and asks whether they are in a state of evolution or revolution. Your moderator is CNBC TV anchor and correspondent Dan Murphy, and he is joined by Dr. Sang Yul Lee, president of the Korea Aerospace Research Institute. Dr. Hiroshi Yamakawa, president of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency.
And we are delighted they are also joined by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi, the CEO of the Saudi Space Commission. He's going to be joining us online today. While here in the hall, we are also delighted to welcome Mr. Serdar Yildirim, the president of the Turkish Space Agency. He'll also be joined by Lionel Souchet, the chief operating officer of the French Space Agency, the National Center for Space Studies. And today, our panel is going to explore the big issues facing space exploration consortiums, with many governments around the world set to face economic challenges in the year ahead. Dan Murphy and his panel are going to ask, what are the tangible, real-life benefits of space consortiums today? What are the big questions that still remain unanswered when it comes to outer space? And what are the biggest challenges and opportunities that exist in the market today? Please join me in welcoming Dan Murphy and his panel.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. It's a great pleasure to be here. As you've heard, my name is Dan Murphy. I'm from CNBC, and I'm thrilled to be joined on this panel by a very distinguished and dynamic group of experts in the field. So let's get straight into the conversation. 2022, as you've heard, has been a very incredible year, a landmark year, in fact, for space research, exploration, science, and development. So my first question to our panelists is, can each of you please update on the progress and challenges that you've seen through 2022 in your international consortium and efforts to achieve progress so far as well? Let's begin with you, sir. Sure.
Okay. Korea became the 10th signatory with the signature of the Minister of Science and ICT in May 2021 as a follow-up to the Korea-US summit. For the specific Artemis, there is no specific plan after this. However, in 2022, we made the important the progress. First, we had our own the launch vehicle development, successful launch of the KSLV-2 in June. In July, we started the regional navigation satellite system, which is more than $3 billion US dollar budget. It's the biggest program. And in the early August, we launched the Korea's first space exploration project called the KPLO, Korea Pathfinder Lunar Orbital, in Korean, the Danuri, was successfully launched. And it is tasked with surveying the lunar resources, identifying the future man-operated landing site and others for 1 year mission. We carried the NASA Shadow Cam, which may contribute to finding Artemis landing site, and also the newly developed KDSA, the deep space antenna, may also be contributed to Artemis. KPLO is now near the lunar orbit of revolution and arrived at the south pole of the moon on 17th of December this month. Also, according to the future space economy roadmap announced by President of Korea just 1 week ago in Korea, Space Forum, ambitious plans such as a lunar lander by 2032 and the Mars landing in 2045 scheduled using our next generation Korean launch vehicle. It was also mentioned by the President of Korea, Korean space budget will be doubled in next 5 years. And with this, the Pulse Space Development Promotion Plan will be revised this month in accordance with that. And throughout the series of these processes, Korea is looking forward to active international collaboration. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. And of course, His Excellency also joins us via video link. Hopefully you can hear us, Your Excellency, but would you like to update as well on the status and progress achieved so far in 2022? Over to you.
Thank you, Dan. Allow me first I would like to congratulate the UAE on its 51st National Day. And I would like to thank His Excellency the Minister, Sarah Al-Amiri, the Chairwoman of the UAE Space Agency, for organizing this great event and the ability to hear and debate among space leaders globally. So for me, if I may make it short, over the last 2 or 3 years, even after the pandemic, there is a great effort and potential when it comes to space and space activities and collaboration between the nations. One of them is Artemis Accord and the signing of Artemis Accord, and there is now 20 or 21 countries joining the Artemis Accord. And that's add to the discussion of consortium and the ability of consortium to solving bigger problem when it comes to deep space. Also, we see and we notice there is a great shift from government-centric sector to commercialization. That's the ability and the appetite for investor to join the space sector and investment in space companies. That's a good sign for both the private and government sector, that the private sector will pick up, especially in the downstream, but lately probably in the upstream. When it comes to Saudi Arabia, now we are working in our Saudi space strategy, which will be announced probably early next year. We are looking for more partnership in the coming future. We already joined the Artemis Accord a few months ago. We already started our human space flight after we announced it, I think, 2 months ago. We have the first Arab astronaut, Prince Sultan bin Salman, that's 37 years ago. Now we are back with more astronauts coming to space by 2023. One of the astronauts will be a female. It will be the first Saudi, probably the first Arab woman to go to the ISS. When it comes to scientific breakthrough, we have multiple partnership. Probably I cannot announce today, that will be announced from the private sector. One thing that I want to highlight, within our Saudi space strategy, we capitalize a lot in the private sector and partnership and collaboration. And while we're announcing the strategy, we would hope to see multiple private companies announcing their initiative and big tickets within the strategy as well.
Very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate your contribution. Dr. Hiroshi, would you like to speak next?
Well, thank you very much for your great question. I'm Hiroshi Yamaka, President of JAXA, Japanese Space Agency. Japan has a history of about 70 years in terms of space development. And we have built and conducted international collaborative projects with more than 70 nations so far. And I think space projects for those international collaboration is very essential and vital. And the international collaboration should be mutually beneficial, and it should be based on the number one thing, the top priority is trust between the nations, and also based on the expertise and priorities. But I think the most important thing is the trust between the two nations or multilateral nations. And I just want to say something about our recent activity related to making a platform for international collaboration. We are hosting with the Japanese government a platform called APSF, which means Asia Pacific Region Space Agency Forum. We are hosting this kind of forum in order to make sustainable space activity, and also to create trustworthy international international collaboration. And I think I can name so many examples in terms of international collaboration, but I stop here for this moment, at this moment.
Mr. Suchet, you're next.
Yes, thank you. Yes, for France, you know, France has a long history and long tradition, like Japan, about space domain, more than 60 years, and about cooperation and international cooperation. At the very beginning, for exploration, speaking about situation, we began to work with the United States on one hand, and the Soviet Union at that time on the other hand. And we developed all the time the capacity to work with all the actors in space, and we are going on that. And with that, we developed a huge competencies for exploration, to run missions in low Earth orbit, to build spacecrafts with our industry, and we docked the biggest cargo automatic, quite similar to the Japanese one, to the ISS, and to make also robotic exploration, because we are now in the three main missions, American missions, in strong cooperation with the States on Mars, the two rovers, Curiosity and Perseverance, and also the lander InSight, with a very important instrument in this mission. So we are very present, France, on that topic, and we have to continue that. It's not easy to have our scientists and our industry at the top level, at a world level, and we have to continue that, so it is a huge challenge. And what I see in the future as new challenges is, of course, the moon exploration, and to settle a permanent base on moon in the new challenge for exploration. And we have to do that in global, for our point of view, in global cooperation, and that's very important. And we have cooperation with Saudi Arabia, with JAXA, with all the people here. We have strong cooperation, and we have to continue that. But also a new challenge is new actors and new entrant and private actors who want to work on low Earth orbit, I mean in exploration also, in managed spaceflight in low Earth orbit, to make experiments, and to help them to go there and to develop is a new challenge also for us. So that's the main challenge I see: strengthen worldwide cooperation, work to this new challenge on moon, we go back on that, and also help the new entrant going to low Earth orbit and working at private actors in low Earth orbit.
Okay, so some challenges outlined there. Mr. Yildirim, over to you next, and then we can unpack some of those challenges.
Thank you. As an emerging space nation, Turkey is also working hard to keep pace with these developments in space, and we sincerely believe that future is in space. So last year, our President, Mr. Erdogan, unveiled a comprehensive national space plan with 10 goals to achieve in 10 years, and we are working hard on it. It has a flagship goal as a moon mission. We are aiming to reach the moon in 2 years from now, and at the end of the decade, we are aiming to bring a scientific rover on the surface of the moon. But regarding the international collaboration, of course, to reach these goals, it's very important to do that. And we, as Turkish Space Agency, we have open door policy. We are working with everyone, and we have excellent relations. We have bilateral agreements and MOUs, MOCs with more than 12 countries for the time being and counting. So we are looking very optimistic to the future.
So let's talk about some of these challenges now, because both Turkey and Saudi Arabia are launching astronauts to the International Space Station, but the future of the International Space Station has also been a major issue within the space exploration sector. It has been said that it is ending the near of its useful life. Countries have been signing on to extend that useful life, but at the same time, we've seen key players within the International Space Station, like Russia, threatening to pull out, for example, over rising tensions and costs. China has launched its own station, which presents its own unique challenges, and the United States has also been actively working to outsource a lot of its work to some private organizations and private players. So you could argue at this point that we are at an inflection point for the future of the International Space Station, and I want your views on this. Your Excellency, can we start with you? Do you believe that we are at an inflection point here for the ISS?
So let me put it this way. I understand that there is right now the ISS and the timeline of the ISS, but let's look at the private sector and what they are proposing. For the last two IAC, the last one in Paris and the one before in Dubai, we hear from the private sector lots of initiative, not only from scientific point of view by building international space station for just scientific. We also hear about commercialization of a space station. That's taken to the next level. Last year and early this year, we hear lots of announcements from multiple companies regarding space tourism and building a hotel as a space station, becoming like a commodity. For me, I see there is a huge opportunity. This is the right time. I think this is the right time in history of space where we could see real commercialization of space station. Is there an effort from multiple companies? The answer is yes. Do we need more collaboration when it comes to space station? The answer again is yes. We still have some challenges. We need to tackle them. Probably we'll address them later on in this debate. But I think over the coming 3 or 5 years, we'll hear lots of announcements from the private sector. I hear a couple of them under NDA. Lots of companies, they are willing to come big when it comes to space stations, tourism, and also there is more collaboration, active discussion right now between us and Saudi Arabia and other countries when it comes to building a new model for space stations.
Dr. Hiroshi, your view on that? Japan was, of course, a signatory to the extension of the life of the ISS. Why invest in such aging technology?
Well, thank you very much for your great question. Again, I think ISS used to be a kind of frontier for humankind, but right now it's a place for space economy. So I agree with His Excellency has said. And for example, several years ago, JAXA has privatized the CubeSat deployment activity to private sectors. So it used to be done by JAXA, but right now it's done by private sectors in Japan. So this is just one example. I think it's ISS or as a whole, low Earth orbit is a place for space economy. And one more thing I would like to say is that, but still, space is hard to access. And so I think ISS is a place for testing future technologies, especially beyond low Earth orbit. I'm talking about Moon and Mars, for example. So I think ISS can be a place for future exploration. And the future exploration technology can be tested on board ISS. And still, I said, still ISS or low Earth orbit is a place for, it's not an easy place for, in terms of access, but it's much easier than going to the Moon. So I think there's a big role in terms of ISS for those objectives.
Would anyone else on the panel like to speak to this issue? And to a broader question, can you trust the private sector and operators like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, for example, to be developing the ISSs of the future, or should it be the responsibility of governments? Anyone can speak to that. Sure.
Yes, for sure. ISS, first of all, ISS is important because it's a unique laboratory. We have to say that. It's a unique laboratory with microgravity, and when you can run microgravity experiments. It's important because we do good in big science in ISS, and we have to say that. Even if it's not the main engine of that activity, science is good and it is a unique laboratory. Then it's a test bed, as it was said, for technology and to prepare future exploration. We have to test that in space, and the place now when we can test that is in ISS with astronauts, and it's very important to prepare the future. But of course, the main engine of all of that is political. It is political decisions and governmental decisions. And for sure, it will be more and more difficult for governmental organizations to put money for building a permanent basis on the Moon and then Mars, and also to run in a low Earth orbit to run the ISS. So we will have, it won't happen in one day, but we will have a shift between the low Earth orbit for governmental organization money and efforts to Moon and Mars. And it's not too bad because at the same time we have private activities developing into low Earth orbit. In France, for instance, we have more and more startups, more and more private companies working to develop a system in low Earth orbit, to propose to run experiments, to propose to make several activities in low Earth orbits. And so there will be this shift. We have to accompany this shift, but I think it will be this shift for the governmental organization from low Earth orbit to the Moon and Mars, and from the low Earth orbit to have more and more private activities. It's a good thing.
Yeah, but I also sincerely believe the privatization of this issue. But ISS served well, of course, as a scientific platform. But in near future, maybe 10 years from this time, we will see at least 7, 8 commercial space platforms in near Earth orbit. So this is a real huge development. And this is not only for scientific reasons, but also commercial reasons. And there will be manufacturing in space. It's already tested, and we can say it started. So it's really an exciting future. And as Turkish Space Agency, we are trying to be a part of it in that manner.
Dr. Lee, would you like to speak to that as well?
We do have the space development much later than other countries. We didn't think about seriously about the ISS utilization. Only we have the one experience using Soyuz, the Korean women astronaut in 2008. And there is some discussion in Korea. We have to think about some manned mission and utilization of the ISS, but we do not have the specific plan for that. And I think we have to rely on some this kind of activities using the international collaboration. We do not have our own program yet.
And we are rapidly running out of time, so I'll just do a quick rapid-fire question to you all. Tens of billions of dollars have been spent in space exploration, science, research and development over the years. I want to know what the tangible, real-world benefit of that investment is today for people on Earth. Your Excellency, we'll start with you. We have less than 4 minutes, so very quickly, please. Thank you.
Can I go first?
I'll start with His Excellency in Saudi Arabia.
So for me, based on the multiple reports being published, one of them is Euro Council, the numbers talk louder than the words. All the indications shows that there is a huge move from private sector to invest in the space activities, specifically in the downstream. And investors usually, they don't go to invest when there is no business case, if we ask about the business case. But for me, I see two things. One, within the lower orbit, as His Excellency Hiroshi from Japan says, this is the test bed for us to be ready for the moon and beyond. So that's not a choice, even for government. If they want to subsidize or remove that risk for a private sector to invest within the low orbit to be ready for the moon, that's something they should do. This is one. The second one, we already see consortium working right now, and some of them announcing they have private activities investing multi-billions dollars when it comes to low orbit, whether in the space tourism, which is more complex than what we are expecting, and other activities like Sidar's mentioning from Turkey regarding space manufacturing. Is there a risk? Definitely yes. Space is complex. The global economy and political landscape is changing fast. Stability and prosperity can no longer be taken for granted.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dr. Hiroshi, I'll give you the floor as well.
Well, thank you. I think we have to think this way, that space activity is not only for space. Space activity is for socio-economic development or society to solve the societal problems or global issues. So I think the return will be great.
Gentlemen, with 2 minutes to go, some final thoughts from each of you, please. Dr. Suchet.
Oh, yes, space is for sure for Earth. If we think about climate change, it's a huge challenge for us. Space is helping a lot. Just talking about exploration very quickly, we had huge research and use results on space research for us, for instance, for medicine. Because on space, you are study healthy people in a very specific environment, and it's very useful for research in medicine to use that. And just a word about the new door for exploration. When you settle a permanent base on the moon, you have to work on specific aspects like nutrition, waste management, energy management, development of infrastructure, and mobility. A lot of things who are very linked to Earth, and what we need more and more, unfortunately, in Earth to work on. We will need to learn more because of space exploration, and it is very important for our future.
Mr. Lee, very quickly, please. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I think that it is true that we spend the tens of billions of dollars for space development. It's big money. But if you think about that, we already got the benefit through this development. I think the portion of the space market in downstream application is more than 85%. As you know, we already get the benefit from the broadcasting, communication, navigation, and the Earth observation, things like that. It created, I think, the huge market. And on top of that, recently, space resources or asteroid mining, it may create some realistic big industry in the future. So many people are talking about the climate issue, even the session before. But if we didn't develop and invest the space technology, and we didn't know how it comes from, and why this happens, things like this. I think that is all the benefit of the space development. And I think we are extending the spectrum of the human life, and I think space development should be continued in more bigger scale.
Mr. Yildirim, you have 30 seconds.
Yes, only 2 sentences. I sincerely believe that to spend billions of dollars to space is not an option. It is a necessity. Because I sincerely believe what we learn in space is very important for the future of our planet Earth. Without that, we will not succeed to fight the climate change and other threats we are experiencing now. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much all for your contribution. I really appreciate it, and I hope this has been a valuable discussion for you all as well. Thanks again for joining us today. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the debate continues. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until we begin the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome all of you today. We have an incredible global debate taking place over the next 2 days, defining the future of space. We are delighted to be joined by key officials, industry players, world leaders and space experts, industry representatives to debate the biggest challenges and opportunities facing our sector today. Over the next 2 days, we're going to be hearing from a series of experts, being able to question, discuss and debate the biggest opportunities and challenges in our market today, as we try to find a better, safer way to ensure that we can have global access to space to improve humanity for all mankind.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to invite the President of Israel, His Excellency Isaac Herzog, on stage for his keynote speech. Please welcome on stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear friends, I'm so honored to be here today in Abu Dhabi. Your Highness, Foreign Minister of the United Arab Emirates, our good friend Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, Excellency, our good friend, Foreign Minister of Bahrain, which I just came from, and my good host, Abdel Latif Al-Zayani, our friend the Minister from the Prime Minister's office in India, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world. I'm very happy to be here and take part in this timely debate under the auspices of my dear friend, President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. I arrived from Bahrain with my wife Michal, where we held the first state visit of an Israeli president in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and I'm extremely grateful to His Majesty, the King of Bahrain, King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa. Dear friends, we stand here on the brink of a revolutionary new era of space exploration. The heavens are now open to a dizzying array of public and private actors, launching satellites, sensors, and spacecraft into the great unknown. This creates both paradigm-shifting opportunities and challenges unlike those humanity has ever known. The breathtaking images from the James Webb Telescope, for example, not only take us to the earliest reaches of our cosmos, they also raise the prospects of new scientific questions we didn't even know we might be able to ask. But as humanity gazes up at the stars, I wish to bring this discussion back to Earth. Because I believe that the greatest promise of space exploration lies not only in discoveries on distant planets, but also in rediscovering our potential for collaboration here on the blue planet we call home. It is often said that on international space missions, on the first day, astronauts point out on their countries. On the second day, they point at their continents. And by the third day, they are aware only of one Earth. Hundreds of kilometers above land, borders disappear and are replaced by an intense awareness that we all share one Earth, which we all have a common duty to preserve. And just as borders disappear, when Earth is viewed from above, we must work together across these divides to combat the climate crisis, a threat to us all. There's no doubt that in the future, the fate of humanity will depend on outer space. But in the immediate present, the ultimate value of space technologies lies in saving the planet we already have. I'm proud of Israel's close cooperation with NASA, with the European Space Agency, and our counterparts in France, Italy, Germany, Japan, Brazil, Austria, and many other countries. But I'm especially proud of our evolving space partnership with the United Arab Emirates. Our two countries are boldly leading our region towards new frontiers in space and leaving our mark on history. For an inspiring example, look no further than the Venus satellite, a joint Israeli-French project which is now providing data for joint Israeli-Emirati research. The Venus satellite has been circling Earth, closely monitoring vegetation and forests, cropland and nature reserves, and beaming back multi-spectral images. In their first joint venture, the Israeli and Emirati space agencies are now funding a joint analysis of this data by Israeli and Emirati scientists, which will help us better understand our global environment and collaborate on new solutions to protect our planet's green lungs. Today, it is therefore critical that we deepen and expand such transnational partnerships for the benefit of our planet and our region. And here comes India with its immense technology capabilities, with the wisdom of its people, and its extremely impressive space program. As we look forward towards the International World Climate Conference known as COP28, which will be held in the UAE in a few months down, we must work together to harness the power of advanced space technologies to address the urgent climate crisis in the Middle East and in the Mediterranean. Our cooperation can turn our beautiful region into a global hub of climate solutions. And I believe that the UAE and Israel and India can lead the way for the entire region together with our friends and partners. We're all deeply impressed by the accomplishments of the UAE space program, including the Mars mission. It is a perfect match with Israel, a world leader in technologies for miniature satellites, high resolution and remote sensing capabilities, and cyber security in space. So, dear friends, this is a wonderful opportunity. And there is another area, besides cutting-edge technologies, where investment remains critical. Space education for the younger generation is the future. Our greatest natural resource is the curiosity of our next generation, our children. And as I've seen in their eyes, sparkle like stardust when they learn about space. So in Israel, we've introduced a Tevel program, which is already working with high school students from all across the country, Jews and Arabs alike. They are building, testing, and launching nano-satellites into space, and then using them to gather data and conduct experiments. Israel invites all the countries here to work with us to expand this program regionally and internationally. Together, we will harness the collective creativity, genius, and wonder of our youth. And I would like to invite all of you to partake in this incredible venture. Finally, I would like to thank once again our host, President Mohammed bin Zayed, and of course, the Foreign Minister, Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed. You are truly visionary world leaders, and thank you for convening this space debate. It has offered an excellent contribution to the global dialogue on space and has helped us forge a joint pathway to a brighter future. Let us move onwards and upwards, not with the competition of a Cold War, but with the cooperation of our warm peace. Let us harness the power of space for the promise of Earth. Let us gaze at the heavens with our sights set firmly on our planet. Together, we can take space exploration to new heights and save our planet from new depths. Today, we can say the sky is just the lower limit. In the words of the great poet, Abu al-Tayyib al-Mutanabi, as he said, if you ventured in pursuit of glory, don't be satisfied with less than the stars. أذا جمارة في شراف مرumi, فلا تقنع بما دون النجوم. Thank you all very, very much.
Wonderful event, the first manned flight to the moon.
You see an S1C, the first stage cut off, and the thrust looks good. All engines, all sources show the second stage is burning perfectly.
Touchdown confirmed. Proceed.
Thank you once again, Mr. President, for your inspiring speech. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now hear from the representative of His Excellency, Narendra Modi, President of India. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Indian Minister of State for Space, Science and Technology. Please welcome on stage.
Your Excellency, Isaac Herzog, President of Israel, His Highness Sheikh Abdullah, His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Zayed, Excellencies, distinguished guests, my dear brothers and sisters from United Arab Emirates, Namaste, greetings from India. At the very outset, let me say we are deeply honored that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed invited our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to this inaugural opening ceremony of the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. And although Prime Minister Modi couldn't attend it due to some unavoidable reasons, he has deputed me and I stand before you to address this august gathering on his behalf. May I also take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to extend greetings on behalf of Prime Minister Modi, on my own behalf and on behalf of my countrymen, to the people of UAE on the occasion of the celebration of 51 years of the formation of this great country. As a country guided by the vision of its illustrious leaders, it also has a glorious future. Another laudable achievement of the UAE this year is the completion of the silver jubilee of its space odyssey with several golden milestones. Among the several pioneering initiatives of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed is the Abu Dhabi Space Debate, which reflects his commitment and his vision for the space sector. Much of this vision, ladies and gentlemen, has already become a reality, with the UAE sending a space mission to Mars orbit, thereby becoming the 6th such country in the world, demonstrating its prowess in the space sector. And on the top of that, the UAE became the only second country other than India to successfully launch a Mars orbiter in its very first attempt. I also congratulate the UAE for planning its second human space mission next year by sending 4 astronauts in the space for 6 months. I also congratulate the UAE for planning its human mission and at the same time the launch of Rashid rover, the UAE's moon mission, in very near future, and creation of the space fund, which are some of the milestones reflecting the commitment and determination of the UAE to excel in the space sector. These are, ladies and gentlemen, indeed big accomplishments, and I'm happy to share that India's active space partnership with the UAE dates back to the year 2017, when our PSLV launched UAE's first nanosatellite, NAIF-1, meant for collecting environmental space data. Development of space sector is one of the priority areas for the leaders of both India as well as UAE. India started its space journey 7 decades ago, and as President Isaac was mentioning, we have sought to make a mark in that sector. We started from a scratch, and it is today acknowledged as one of the leading space powers in the world. A highlight of this space journey of India has been our thrust on indigenous development through dedication and hard work of our scientists, guided by the commitment of our leaders, which Prime Minister Modi keeps reiterating as Atmanirbharta, or an Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India. The Indian space industry today is renowned across the globe, primarily for 2 reasons: A, the reliability; B, the economy. India is proud to have the maximum success ratio in the world for its flagship space launching vehicle, Polar Satellite. The launch vehicle, or PSLV, just a few weeks back, India's PSLV launched as many as 36 satellites, including for countries from both the developed as well as the developing world. The list of achievements of India's space industry is quite long. The Indian Space Research Organization, or the ISRO as it's popularly known, has launched more than 100 satellites so far and has immense in-house satellite building capabilities for GSAT, Earth observation satellites, space-based satellite navigation systems, etc. India has also developed its own GPS, which we call the Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, or IRNSS to abbreviate. Besides the successful launch of India's Mars orbiter mission in the year 2013, India has twice attempted to send its mission to the moon, known as Chandrayaan-1 and Chandrayaan-2. The third satellite mission to the moon, namely Chandrayaan-3, will be launched next year. Our other flagship space programs include Human Space Flight Center, or what we call in India as Gaganyaan project, under which we are planning to send the first crewed flight in space in the year 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to mention over here that the indigenously developed space sector of India and the fast-growing space sector of the UAE have a lot of complementarities that can be harnessed, can be shared, can be supplemented. The commitment of both the countries to abide by the international laws and regulations in use of the outer space brings both the countries together to work for a better and a more sustainable space industry in the times to come. We want to ensure that the space remains a sector to serve our shared humanity, or as President Isaac was mentioning, to serve the cause of the earth. It is important to bring all the stakeholders together to discuss and deliberate about this space. And in this regard, the platform, this one that we are meeting today, has the potential to shape the future of the space sector in the world. I'm also pleased to share with you that in India we believe in the philosophy of what we describe as Vasudev Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. This philosophy not only calls for bringing all the stakeholders together, but also to share the fruits of our development with all of them. It is because of our strong commitment to our values that we want to share the fruits of space development to reach all the countries and bring closer cooperation between governments and private entities in the space sector. With this idea, we have, with the intervention and indulgence of Prime Minister Modi, recently brought certain landmark reforms leading to policy initiatives to tap the best of our research potential as well as participation of the private sector. We have also been promoting development of startups in the space sector. And this is meant to facilitate the entry of foreign government and foreign private sector entities as well. In this regard, India has recently established a dedicated organization called the Indian Space Promotion and Authorization Center, or abbreviated as InSpace, which is tasked with the objective of hand-holding our nascent private entities in the space sector. I appreciate that the thrust of the Abu Dhabi Space Debate today is on building the role of governments in empowering space business and technology. The list of discussions in this debate on the role of the space sector to solve the climate issues, the bringing accountability to private and environmental commitments, threats to and from the space, to its political discourse and making the presence of private sector space innovation people-driven that serve humankind are very relevant to our times and are also eye-opening topics and subjects, setting apart this initiative from any other such gathering in the space sector in the past. I must also say that these topics are very much in sync with India's own space policy initiatives in the last few years under Prime Minister Modi. I am convinced that the discussions and the debates in these 2 days will bring out synergies between governments, the private sector, and also the scientists for betterment of society and the world as a whole. We also appreciate that the theme of the sustainable development of space sector is also a priority for us back home in India as well. And before I conclude, let me reiterate over here that as a key global player in the space sector, India is keen to take its space cooperation with the UAE to the newer heights and to make maximum use of this august gathering today. I'm also confident that the Abu Dhabi Space Debate will grow in stature in the years to come and become a preeminent platform for discussions in space-related matters and also take India-UAE space cooperation into an entirely different and a much higher spatial orbit. Lastly, as India assumed the chairmanship of G20 very recently on 1st of December, let me once again welcome the UAE to the G20 summit and the G20 meetings during the period of India's chairmanship. And before I end, I wish all the success to the Abu Dhabi Space Debate and thank the UAE and its leadership for having taken this important initiative. Thanks once again, and greetings to all.
Thank you very much for your insightful comments. Well, what a wonderful morning we have had so far here at the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. We have discussed how to make space more sustainable. We've looked at how we can better protect our national space assets. We've looked at some of the challenges of space exploration and how we can take on better security and defence threats in the years ahead. It really is an honour to welcome all of you here today. More than 300 guests from 52 different space agencies and more than 45 countries meeting here in Abu Dhabi, our nation's capital, for this important discussion. We're going to be taking a break now for lunch, so we look forward to seeing you again at 1:45 p.m. this afternoon for another inclusive, exciting debate here at the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the afternoon session of the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. This is the first time we've had a global debate like this come together, and the timing of it has never been more important before. The significance of it being held in the UAE is equally important. In just 5 decades, this incredible country has gone from the desert to the red planet and beyond. The incredible achievements continue to astound the nation and global leaders. And that's why today's debate and tomorrow's debate is so important. This morning, we've heard about issues of space sustainability. We've talked about some of the challenges of the more debris in space and what that means for all of us down here on Earth. We've talked about the importance of being able to secure our national space assets. We've heard about some of the challenges involved in dealing with cyber threats. And this afternoon's discussion is going to be equally exciting as well. This afternoon, we're going to be hearing from an incredible speaker. We're going to be speaking with the team here in Abu Dhabi is going to be speaking with Emma Brain, UAE-based journalist and broadcaster. And we're going to be speaking with ATRC. Now, in just 2 years since the company's inception, they're an incredible research technology development-based company here in Abu Dhabi. In just 2 years since their inception, their achievements have been remarkable. So Emma Brain is going to be speaking with the Secretary General this afternoon, His Excellency, Mr. Faisal Al-Banai. I was speaking to him earlier today, and he was telling me that even though the UAE is certainly a very young nation, there is no doubt it is an incredibly ambitious one. He says the time for global cooperation has never been more important than before, and they are actively seeking out partnerships with both the public and the private sector in the years to come. So this afternoon, we're going to be speaking with him about his objectives over the next 12 months and what they want to achieve here at ARTC.
On that, we will be inviting His Excellency Faisal Al-Banai, who joins us on stage. And joining him will be Emma Brain, broadcaster and journalist.
That's right. They're going to be joining us on stage in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at this video about their incredible work.
What should the future look like? At the Advanced Technology Research Council, we shape the advanced R&D ecosystem in Abu Dhabi and drive strategic research priorities of the UAE. ATRC is committed to making Abu Dhabi and the UAE a global innovation hub and the preferred home for advanced technology talent. ATRC champions applied R&D, develops tech business, and commercializes innovation through its 3 pillars. The Technology Innovation Institute works at the intersection of discovery science and deep tech to shape breakthrough solutions that future-proof our world. Through its 10 dedicated research centers, Aspire works as the Council's program development pillar to solve challenges across priority sectors with pioneering advances that have real-world impact. Venture One fast-tracks go-to-market innovation and commercializes ATRC's research breakthroughs. Together, we pioneer pathways to the future.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emma Brain, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here today at the Abu Dhabi Space Debate with His Excellency Faisal Al-Banai, Secretary General of Advanced Technology Research and Council. What a pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you.
And first of all, can you please tell us about the objectives of the ATRC?
And thank you for having us today in today's event. I think a good way of summarizing what ATRC, the Advanced Technology Research Council, does is really in 3 areas. One is our focus on talent. So whether it is attracting the best and brightest talents globally, and when I mean globally, I truly mean globally in this regard, and at the same time is nurturing the local talent here in the country to be part of this ecosystem. So this is one area. The second area is our focus on solving tomorrow's problems today. And it's really about, we are not a research center for the sake of research, especially in TII. We are an applied research center that is ultra focused on researching problem statements that our clients need, rather than researching something and then trying to find a home for it at the end. And at the same time, due to that focus, we are ultra determined to be part of the UAE knowledge economy and really exporting advanced tech out of the UAE. So to really play a key catalyst in this ecosystem that the country is looking to drive. The last point is us building the ecosystem. So we had the people part, we had the solution-focused part, and then building the ecosystem, one is through, which is very relevant for today's discussion, through partnering globally with different partners to accelerating our agenda and research field, and at the same time, developing the local ecosystem, whether it's policies, whether it's processes, whether it's connecting to the other parts of the ecosystem in the UAE to nurture and grow what's really required to achieve everything from research to final solution and commercialization of these solutions. So these are the three key areas that we focus on as ATRC. And last but not least is the part related to our focus areas. So we are focused on 6 areas, as you can see, and they span anything from health to food to transport, and of course our relevant topic here today is space and propulsion. These 6 areas are our domain focus areas, and the research centers we have works on problem statements related to each of these areas.
And I love the fact you're recruiting talent globally and attracting them here to the UAE. It's amazing. And in such a short amount of time, just 2.5 years, the Advanced Technology Research Council has achieved so much already. So what are the key highlights of what you've achieved so far, and where are you going next?
I think we are in an exciting time and period when it comes to research. So we've launched already and established 7 research centers. I'll talk later on about the 3 new ones. So, and they vary, as you could see, anywhere from directed energy, quantum technology, secure communication, autonomous systems. They each have their own focus domain areas. And what we've done is, in the last 2.5 years, these centers have been established. At the same time, if we look at the people file, where we said we are focusing on people, we have today nearly 700 research individuals in our research centers. They've come from over 71 countries globally. 140 are UAE nationals within that. And from the UAE nationals, 55 are female. One thing I'm proud to say to our team is, when we refer to the females and the research, by the way, there was no agenda to achieve 50% female in our research. Each one of these individuals got their right and slot with their credentials. I put 0 requirement to hire a 50-50 or whatever, because we believed we have the talent in the country, we have the know-how in the country, and these are the ratios we are achieving when it comes to people-wise during a very short time span. The part when we refer to our solutions, where we said we are focused on our solutions, we have nearly 50 solutions that range today between TRL4 to TRL7 in our research. Already with such a short time span, ATRC through Venture One started licensing. We already started licensing 2 of our products with over $100 million of licensing and royalty rights for such a young organization. And already next year, we will be launching between 2 to 4 deep tech startups that vary from advanced crypto technologies to autonomous technologies that are already moving in and going to start providing full solutions to clients in the space. And when we refer to the ecosystem and our openness to partner, we already have partnerships with 35 research institutes globally, and I truly mean globally, from east to west, from north to south. In that regard, these are 2 to 3 year, and these are not, by the way, these are not the MOUs. I mean, we have an allergy on MOUs. I mean, we don't sign MOUs. These are research programs with 35 plus institutes that are 2 to 3 year funded program. They are part of our research programs and our problem statements that we are working on. There are over 60 projects with these 35 research institutes that we've already signed, we've engaged in, they are part of our ecosystem. So today, for such a young organization, between the 700 plus researchers, between the technical board of advisors per center, between the network of 35 plus research institutes and their dedicated staff in them, the sphere of influence of us being able to tap into technologies, into resolving problems is quite vast. I mean, our ability to deal now with our client needs is not just limited with who's really sitting here in the UAE, but it's now impacted with the ecosystem that we've built with our partners that we've shown we're able to work with all of these partners and really come up with the right equations with them. And on this point, T0 for all of this was 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago, ATRC did not exist. The research centers did not exist. None of these people existed in this regard. So the tone I'm leaving here is we are moving extremely fast in this space.
You might say at light speed, and it's truly fantastic. And we are here, of course, talking about space and debating all things space. So what are your plans for space at ATRC?
So space is one of the 3 new centers. I mean, we have a total of 10 centers that were approved. 7 are already established centers and growing. 3 are new centers: the Biotech Center, the Renewable Energy Center, and the Space and Propulsion Center. And we are now at the stage of ramping up our capabilities, aligning with our clients, the space agency and other stakeholders, on what are the real crucial problem statements that we need to work on so that we can really solidify this from the beginning. It's like the point I mentioned that we already started licensing our technology, we're already launching startups. The reason we're able to do that is from the beginning we lined up with the stakeholders and partners on their problem statements. This is what's happening now in the space, and we are focusing on space launch vehicles, we are focusing on space navigation, we are focused on space sensories, and it's a whole host of technologies that we are really interested to further build on the ecosystem that's already built in the UAE due to the past missions and past programs, and now it's really to add further fuel to the same capability and really solidify it in the next few months and really freeze our programs.
Amazing. And what would you like to leave us with today? What are the takeaways you would like to give us?
I think the best way you can summarize where we are, where we're going to go is 3 areas. One is our DNA. This is an entity and this is a country that has a very serious sense of urgency on this file. When it comes to research, technology, whether it's space or any of the other areas, there is a very clear sense of urgency. There is a very clear mindset of we will do whatever it takes to get to the ambitious goal required for this country and where this country needs to go. So there is a very high level of determination to go to where we need to go and to go fast. There's no time to waste, as they say in this part. 2 is this is the time to partner with UAE. As we've shown as one of the examples from many examples that have happened in other institutions here, within 2.5 years we partnered, signed, detailed programs, 2 to 3 year research programs with 35 institutes globally, 60 programs with them. So this is the time to really partner, and we are extremely open for these partnerships to accelerate the common agenda. And as discussed by the different speakers, there's a lot of common agendas for the space. There is a lot of questions to still be answered on who's going to do what when it comes to space. And I think UAE is looking to play a key role with its other partner ecosystems in this area and really be a strong participant. The last is, and I'm talking from personal experience and from an observation as an individual that's in this ecosystem, countries go through phases. There was a phase where UAE has built infrastructure, UAE has built commerce, UAE has built many other things. We are now in the golden age, in the golden phase of growing the technology capabilities in the UAE. There is a very large momentum in this regard when it comes to this area. There is a very high level of focus. And when I say high level of focus, I am under-exaggerating if I say on a weekly basis, I'm under-exaggerating. Leadership in this country is following up the advanced technology file. What is happening on the different initiatives, on the different programs in this regard? And what that would lead to is an ability for us to move, to decide quickly with our partners, and frankly, stop wasting anyone's time. We're not here to waste our time. We're not here to waste our partners' time. If we partner together, one thing we can promise is we will run fast, and we will run extremely fast in that regard. And any sense of bureaucracy has already left, this train has already left that station in this regard. So I would say these are the key areas that I would leave you with. We are extremely enthusiastic of the coming next few years. I think talking to a number of colleagues that are here, there are a lot of areas of partnering. There's a lot of areas that we can drive a common agenda. And we are open for business. So thank you.
Wonderful. I think to reiterate what you said, through collaboration and cooperation and the innovative technologies, the UAE is going to be a major player in this field in the not too distant future.
We are not here to be passengers in this journey. We are here to be a serious player in this journey.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, His Excellency. Thank you so much for that wonderful chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to His Excellency and to Emma Brain for those insightful discussions this afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel examines the role of foreign policy in enabling space diplomacy and international cooperation, and does so with the expert guidance of our moderator, Becky Anderson, managing editor, Abu Dhabi, and anchor with CNN. Becky is joined by His Excellency, Dr. Abdul Latif bin Rashid al-Zayani, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Her Excellency, Reem bint Ibrahim al-Hashmi, Minister of State for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates, and Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Space, Science, and Technology of India. Also joining us virtually will be Her Excellency Orit Farkash HaKohen, the Israeli Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation. Please welcome on stage.
We really are delighted to welcome these high-level speakers for this special panel this afternoon. I had the opportunity to speak with our esteemed panelists a little bit earlier, and I think they all agree the UAE is certainly a young nation, but a very ambitious one. In the last few years, the UAE has been responsible for sending the first Emirati into space, the Hope probe reaching the red planet last year, and some incredible lunar mission ambitions as well. And the overarching feeling is that Abu Dhabi has been chosen to host this debate for the first time ever. It's of great significance. Now, they say it's important that we continue these discussions beyond today, beyond tomorrow, to really have that impact and ensure that we can create the safe and secure space of the future that our world so desperately needs. Thank you very much for joining us. Becky Anderson, one of CNN's favourite anchors. We're very excited to have your panel this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this session at the first edition of the Abu Dhabi Space Debate, which I have to say I am extremely excited about. On CNN, we've been following the UAE's journey in space and on space for years now, and it is fantastic to be here at what is the global platform defining the future of space. And let me just acknowledge the support of the sponsors of this debate. Thank you very much indeed. For much of the past 60 years, you could argue that space has been the final frontier in international diplomacy. But let's be frank here, there are very real challenges today testing that assumption. The involvement of multi-nation state and private sector actors, the burgeoning space infrastructure and satellite internet service providers, launch and space junk risk scenarios, deep space regulatory issues, all of which I hope we will get into in what is a 45-minute session today, so it should be packed. These are providing very real concerns about the new era in space. Increasing congestion, increasingly contested and weaponized even before the war in Ukraine. The conflict has only heightened concerns that geopolitical tensions on Earth can and increasingly will spill over into space. So how do we ensure that the very real issues that we face here on Earth are not transferred into the great cosmos? The purpose of this panel is to explore with my esteemed guests today the role of foreign policy in space diplomacy and international cooperation at a time of what is, I think we all agree, unprecedented challenges in the world. So we will crack on. My esteemed panel has been introduced. I'm absolutely delighted you are all joining us today, including our esteemed guest from Israel who is with us remotely today. Let me start with the three signatories here of the Abraham Accords, because I think the prism of the Abraham Accords for the purpose of this panel is a really good starting point. We are now in the second anniversary of the signature of those accords. They normalize economic and diplomatic relations between Israel, Bahrain, and the UAE, plus others. And on the space front, the agreement shaped a new technological covenant. So within the premise of that and the prism of that, let me start with you, Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Kingdom of Bahrain, Dr. Abdul Latif bin Rashid al-Zayani. Can you briefly outline the opportunities and challenges that your country sees in this new era of space? Let's do that briefly, and then we can sort of take a deep dive, as it were. You should be on.
Well, I don't think I will start. But I would like. Yes, it's now.
It's on. There you go.
First of all, thank you. And I'm delighted to be here today. Before going any further, I would like to congratulate UAE and its leadership for the National Day and for a successful space program, which has included landing of a vehicle on Mars. We're so proud of UAE, and please stay the course. Becky, diplomacy is really the first line of defense, and space diplomacy is more needed than ever. Space is already heavily militarized and politicized, with weapons that travel through space, ICBMs, weapons in space meant to destroy other targets in space, weapons on Earth that can attack targets in space, ASATs, and potentially weapons in space designed to hit targets on Earth, which I suspect not far away, if not there already. This will contaminate the space with debris, and truly now, military competition in space is already a reality. And space, with its opportunities and challenges, is an issue which affects every country of the world and every single human being, one which cries out for genuine international cooperation, but one where we risk simply replicating existing geopolitical rivalries. For if we view space simply as an extension of rivalries on Earth, we will never fully realize the potential of a genuinely cooperative approach. Because no country, no matter how large, has the capacity to fully exploit the opportunities of space exploration, the costs involved, and the range of specialisms required make international cooperation essential for us to reach goals that could not be achieved alone. So we need to nurture a geopolitical environment which incentivizes such cooperation and which ensures that it remains viable over the timescales necessary for ambitious space projects, sustainable. But how can we, in the international relations field, contribute to those goals? Firstly, as the Kingdom of Bahrain has done, by explicitly committing to established international principles on the use of space, as contained in the United Nations General Assembly resolutions in 1962, which also need to be updated, and we need to have norms and code of conducts that need to be agreed on collectively, as well as ratifying relevant United Nations and other legal instruments in the field. Secondly, by building interdependence and genuine shared benefits from space projects. Interdependence through resilient networks, which pool expertise and specialization to deliver ambitious space programs, and which would have clear negative impacts if they were dismantled, and benefits by demonstrating how these projects positively affect us all, whether through sharing data on common challenges, such as climate change or natural disasters, providing services that would not otherwise be possible, for example, communication and internet access in remote or developing areas, or demonstrating the practical value
of space technologies and ensuring that they are accessible to those who will benefit most. This is naming very few benefits. Thirdly, and I think thirdly is by leveraging cooperation on space projects to deepen security and prosperity here on Earth, whether by utilizing satellite imagery to avert conflicts or head off terrorist attacks, or more broadly by demonstrating the value of those networks of cooperation and interdependence, so that these principles become more attractive strategic choices for all international actors. These are some thoughts on the crossover between foreign policy and space technology, and how we in international relations can help maximize the benefits of space projects while providing the best environment for them to succeed.
I don't think anybody could have put it more eruditely, so well done. Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency Reem Al Hashmi. Briefly, if you could outline the opportunities and challenges that you see in this new era of space, speaking, as I'm sure, to some of what we have just heard, which I'm sure will very much resonate with you.
Thank you, Becky, and thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Zayani, and to all those present here today. It's lovely to be with you and lovely to share a panel with such esteemed panelists. Last year, we celebrated 50 years as a nation, and to put it into context, a couple of years before that, our Prime Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, assembled a team of incredible human beings. Some of them are here. Sarah Lamiri, one of our heroes and champions, my personal one as well, but also Amran Sharaf and a whole series of others, to put together a UAE-led team with international partners from all around the world to deliver the Hope probe. And the reason why I mention it is because if you look at the story of us as a people, you will see that way, way back then, or when, we started to focus on science. So in 2009, if you remember, we campaigned to host the International Renewable Energy Agency, and we started talking about renewable energy at a time when it wasn't that big of a buzzword. This was 2009. I know because I was part of that campaign. Fast forward to the Hope probe, and then COVID hit. And in COVID, we all learned the importance of science, and we all learned the importance of being fact-based and scientifically oriented and technologically oriented. So as we tried to shed away COVID, we started to look at different and new partnerships, and you find the Abrahamic Accords, you find I2U2 with India and with the United States, and you realize that we are a country oriented towards these scientific discoveries and these scientific explorations, whether on Earth or in space. Now, the greatest risk would be to do nothing in this space. And so we find ourselves through this forum, but also through many other forums, very intent on building the types of collaborations and partners from almost untraditional sources and voices. And so you'll see us as a nation, but also as a character, seeking out these new partners and also seeking out technological collaboration. And we want to do it in a context that is very Emirati. And what does that mean? It means very collaborative in nature, where we bring people together, where we focus on the essence of what unites us and not what divides us. And as we explore this space, seems to be a popular word, but as we explore this space, we find and we discover that there's much more that could be done in space to better understand Earth. So if we are, and we are going to host, inshallah, next year, COP28, we recognize that a lot of how we manage, whether it's weather patterns or agricultural needs, is going to be determined by the information and the knowledge that we get from space as well. And no one country can do that alone. We are reliant on each other. Whether we like it or not, we as a human population are reliant on information gathered and garnered from everyone and by everyone over a course of time to provide those necessary insights. So I'm incredibly optimistic that we will continue to be able to build out those partnerships together and to also develop the necessary framework at which we can all operate on Earth through space for what's good for mankind.
Thank you. Let me bring in our esteemed panelists from Israel, who is joining us virtually today. Before I come to you, sir, for your perspective from India. Orit Farkash Harkohen. Israel recently declared the civilian space industry as a national priority sector. What does this mean in terms of how Israel views space vis-a-vis its national defense strategy? And then as you give us the answer to that, I want you just to sort of ensure that we are talking about both the opportunities and the challenges that you see in this new era of space, if you will.
So first of all, thank you very much for hosting me in this important panel. Do you hear me?
We do.
Okay, so thank you very much for hosting me in this panel with His Excellencies and all the ministers, the distinguished ministers from Emirates, Rashid Reem El Hashimi and Rashid El Zayani, His Excellency from Bahrain, and the minister from Turkey. And I want to also mention Sarah El Amiri, the Minister of High Technologies, which I cooperated with, and I will elaborate about it in a while. And I think that you are raising, and this panel is talking about a very important and strategic issue, and it is about the role of the civil space industry in a world of climate change, of desertification, of digitation and technology, and agri-tech, and all of that. When we come from Israel, you know, we are a startup nation. In a sense, I think that the story of the state of Israel is a little bit similar to the Emirates. When I first came to the Emirates, I was very impressed by the vision and by the spirit of their leadership, taking a country with not a lot of resources and building on a spirit, on innovation, and on the future. And Israel is a little bit the same story in the sense that it resonates with a lot of technology and innovation. Today we are known as a startup nation, but we are not diverse enough. And that is why, like our industry is not diverse enough, it's mostly focused on cyber tech and on fintech and so on. And that is why, exactly like you mentioned, I defined Israel's national priority technological areas, and the space industry is one of them. And I want to mention the inspiration in doing so, Minister Sarah El Amiri. I don't know if Her Excellency remembers, but last September we signed a cooperation agreement between the two space agencies, the space agency in which Minister El Amiri heads, and the Israeli Space Agency. But also we started discussion about what is the important in defining national priority areas in the areas of technology. We even launched a Zoom conversation with her experts and our experts. And this conversation led to my work of defining a national technological area, choosing the space industry alongside with renewable energy and blue tech and health tech and biotech as some other areas in which Israel wants to put a specific focus. So what does it mean? It means that, first of all, on the national level, I hope that more budgets will be focused on the space agency, the Israeli Civil Space Agency, and we can see the sprouts for that. We can see it starting already, because you know we have a very, very strong basis in Israel of a defense space technologies. We are using a lot of space technologies to protect ourselves, to keep Israel safe, and my mission is to build on this strength and to push forward the civil space agency. We started doing that in several means. First of all, by approving a national new plan for the space agency, pushing it forward, meaning and targeting to employing more Israelis in this industry, to make multiple sales in that areas, because now we see that the space industry is going through a revolution in terms of cost, in terms of benefit,
right,
and in the terms of relevancy to all the other challenges in the world. And if I can mention some specific programs that Israel has done in that area, is first of all is our joining the Artemis program. It is a very prestigious program, joining the United States with only a selected group of countries. Israel had the privilege of being a part of the Artemis program to bring back humanity to the moon. And only a few months ago, we already been part of the first mission of Artemis. In December, it was launched already, the first pilot with Israeli technology and products on that spaceship. I want to also mention a specific program that we started already with the Emirates, building on our cooperation agreement from a few months ago. When we're talking about the project Venus, which Israel is collaborating with France. So one of our achievements was to bring in the Emirates into the Venus project and to launch and to initiate a collaborative research that is being conducted with Israeli researchers on one hand and researchers from the Emirates that are dealing with all kinds of issues that are relevant to both countries. And this is already started and it is underway.
Can I stop you there, because I think I want to come back to the Artemis Accords, because I think those are an important issue to discuss while we're here. And you've also spoken to some of the collaboration, not least with the UAE here, which I think is important as you consider the role of foreign policy in space diplomacy. I just want to stop you so that I can ensure that we give as much time as possible to all of our guests. Dr. Jitendra Singh is the Indian Minister of State for Science and Technology. So I started this by suggesting that for the past 60 years, you could argue that space has been the final frontier in international diplomacy, but suggested that there are very real challenges today testing that assumption. The cooperation of China, Russia and India with the rest of the world going forward will be vital in ensuring responsible behaviour in space, particularly and not least because those three countries, including your own, all possess anti-satellite weapons. I want to get the view of all of our guests here on what type of diplomatic efforts countries are prepared to begin in order to ensure that these state actors commit to the safe exploration and use of space. But let me just put to you how you perceive the role of foreign policy and international cooperation to be going forward in this new space era for India.
Thank you for bringing me in. I think at the outset I must compliment that all of us, the space has brought us together to think about the well-being of the earth. So that is one good reason to be here in this room. Now, one of the last questions that you asked was how best to integrate or to come together. My first response to that is, do we have a choice to that? There's no option. It's virtually become a necessity. We have to come together. We have to integrate. And just to pick up the cue from what Her Excellency Hashmi just now said about the renewable energy and the peaceful methods, I think India, right from the beginning, we have, and we saw it for ourselves, we have also pledged that our space program, as also our atomic energy program, is dedicated to peaceful purposes. And we did that at a time when I think the world was not very easily ready to believe us. Just imagine India's nuclear program or the atomic energy program began in early 1950s. The Hiroshima and Nagasaki had not happened a decade, not even a decade earlier. So the world hated anything which carried the name atomic with it. And still, we had our founding scientists like Homi Bhabha going on to say that our atomic program is dedicated to peaceful purposes. And we have now actually walked the talk and vindicated that. And same also is the case with our space program. I think India distinguishes itself also because, and very illustriously, that we have successfully used space technology for bringing in ease of living for the common citizen. We have made it an essential tool of working in different sectors, whether it's the railways, whether it's the smart cities, whether it's the roads and buildings, highways, whether it's digital health, telemedicine. We have actually very successfully carried out that experiment. That's a success story in itself. And therefore, and I think now that very recently in the last 2-3 years, with the very path-breaking indulgence of Prime Minister Modi, a decision was taken to open it up to the non-government entities or the private participation. And within a span of 2-3 years, we have more than 100 startups. And 2 of the startup groups recently did the launchings you must have seen in the media. So there was so much of talent waiting to happen. Possibly it was not happening because we were not giving them enough outlets. We were not integrating the private sector. We have now done that, and I think the next level would be integration of research, academia, industry, public sector as well as private sector, domestically and then also overseas. And that holds good when we collaborate with UAE as well, because UAE is, though it's just been about 25 years, but they have the passion and enthusiasm to move on. So I think we can look forward to a very progressive partnership.
Can I talk about the opportunity for international cooperation, not least within the realm of governance and regulation, because I think that is where
I would just say that now that we are increasingly, all of us, regardless of whatever our ideology, whatever our individual leanings, we are increasingly becoming a part of the global world. So the benchmarks are global, the challenges are global, the journey is global. So it's just like riding a bus, a travel bus. You may not be seeing eye to eye to each other, but if the tire bursts, everybody gets affected. So there's no other option. We have to move together.
The UAE, Israel and Bahrain all signed the Artemis Accords, which embrace a common set of principles to guide cooperation amongst nations participating in NASA's Artemis program. India did not. Why not? Can we just have this discussion?
Sorry?
Why did India not sign the Artemis Accords, for example? Because we are talking here about the need for sort of fundamentally coming together.
I would request you not to be judgmental about it, because the final word is not there. We are still studying it. Because we have our own lunar missions. And we have our human space mission also in 2024. In fact, the first human being would have been there. Of course, the first Indian to be in this space was way back in 1980s. But the first indigenously developed mission is going to happen in 2024, which would have happened in 2022. It could not happen because of the COVID. So we have our own stakes and our own missions, which we have to actually take the decision in the context of that. It's not that we are either negating or approving or anything. We're just studying the impact of it overall to our plans for the next few years.
The reason I ask, and Rima Hashmi, perhaps you want to address this, at a time when the need for more modern governance of space seems more important than ever, given where we are at, to avoid the geopolitical sort of tensions and issues that we have here, also bleeding into space. What sort of fundamental rules do you believe the world needs in space right now? Where can you see that sphere of influence around the world of international cooperation helping at present?
So primarily it would have to be centered around how do we continue to derive technological transfer, research, science-based variables that help us address some of the challenges we're facing on Earth. The minister said something pretty powerful. He said that their space technology has alleviated suffering of the common citizen. I mean, just think about that, alleviating the suffering of the common citizen. That there is nothing more noble or necessary for a government to undertake. And so whatever discussions we have, whether it's in this pioneering forum, and this is the first of its kind that brings people from all around the world who would traditionally not speak to one another, not for political orientation, it's just the world doesn't bring this type of group together. But Abu Dhabi managed to do that through this space debate. Or it is in continuously doing the hard work of actually talking about something you still don't know. Because we still don't know this framework. If you caught the video at the very beginning of today's session, the laws aren't clear, the governance structure isn't clear, the punitive measures are not clear. We know that the private sector is coming in a strong way, and we know that there's competition at a time when there's also pollution, apparently also of space, and we're all somehow at risk. So there is no easy, these are the four things, at least not in my mind. But I do know that, just like Dr. Zayani said, we are interdependent of one another. We need to figure this one out together, and we need to do the heavy lifting collectively. And we're at a time when, whether we like it or not, our destinies are so intertwined that whether we realize it or not, we're going to have to find a way through it, because that's the only way we're also going to collectively either benefit from it or be harmed by it.
Dr. Zayani.
Okay.
I think you got yours.
Once you finish. Well, Becky, I think we all agree that we need cooperation. We need to emphasize the interdependence and the importance of the interdependence. We all agree on the ultimate objective is really to have a safe, secure, clean space that humanity can truly maximize the benefits of the space. And actually what your clip or the video at the beginning of today's meeting showed that innovation really leads the regulations. And there's a gap. And that gap will always be there, because in innovation, we need to maintain the market and the technical surprise that nations have the right to protect. So to be pragmatic and see how we can move forward and out of lessons learned on Earth, I believe we should call for, what's the word? Countries of the willing, who can get together and really write voluntary kind of code of conduct, norms, regulations, and build from there within the framework of the international laws and regulations.
And you talk about countries of the willing, that's not necessarily countries in this region, because what we haven't talked about here is potential for a Middle East.
Of the willing who are concerned of having really safe, secure, and clean. I cannot overemphasize the word clean. Just by destroying one in the size of probably a toaster, a satellite, can cause a lot of contamination in the space. Imagine having hundred thousands of those satellites flying in the air, and if just small portion of them being destroyed, this space will be contaminated. And that common citizen that is enjoying all the services provided by the space will not have it then. So we need to get together, reduce that gap of innovation and regulations, get everybody on board, and have a worldwide ISS, International Space Station, not only for number of people, but the entire world should benefit.
Well, that would be a wonderful idea at present. It feels like we're at a point at which we are moving away from that, which is the concern. And we've only got a couple of minutes left, so I will ask my esteemed guest from Israel just to provide a little bit of insight from your perspective. We're talking about avoiding sort of destabilizing scenarios in space. I know we've alluded to preventing the weaponization of space. Nobody wants to see an arms race at this point. So just your thoughts on any sort of new grand strategy, as it were, speaking to what we've heard from our other panelists here. What sort of new diplomatic sort of instruments do you believe might be needed at this point to ensure this wider international cooperation in the world of space? I think you're muted.
Sorry.
There we go.
I just wanna say that I totally agree to everything that was said by their ministries, Her Excellencies, and before me. I think that as long as the world and the different countries will cooperate, and in specifically the countries from the Abraham Accords and from this area will collaborate on space, they must assure that the collaboration will focus on making the world better, how to deal with to address the climate change, the floods, the desertification, agriculture, and space has a lot to offer in all of those areas. I think that something can be done that is similar, for example, to AI. In AI, there is an international ministerial forum called the GPA, which sits together and talks and deliberate about what should be the norms of ethics in a world of changing with the technology of AI, changing it and interrupting it. But I want to say a last few words about the role of space when we're talking about the vision of education, of the young generation, of the children of all our countries, to make it a bridge between the peoples of our country, and that can also be an answer to your concern. My vision is, and in my country, we use a lot the space, the platforms, as a programs to our youth. We are doing programs that involve Arab Israeli teenagers with non-Arab Israelis teenagers, and we want to extend and offer to each member of the countries that are participating in this panel to expand our programs to kids from international, that can be multinational children and teenagers, to collaborate, to build satellites, to send them to space, to learn from it. And we are using a lot of educational purposes. We're using and we're building on the space area, because this is also the future, but it's also an important tool of bridging between people and, bridging to our youth the challenges of this world.
With that, I'm going to have to leave it there. We could have done with a lot longer on this panel, I have to say. But thank you very much indeed for at least, your overview on and insight into what is such an important topic. Let's hope that the new era of space, as some are calling it, iteration sort of 3.0, allows for international diplomacy, that we ensure that, you know, this last 60 years wasn't the final frontier in international diplomacy. I know you'll all agree with me on that, I'm sure, given your positions. Thank you very much indeed. A very positive take on where we must go, as opposed to where we are and where we feel that it is impossible to progress from. So thank you very much indeed to all of you, including our guests from Israel joining us remotely today. It's an absolute pleasure to have you and all of you on this panel today. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Becky Anderson from CNN and her incredible panelists this afternoon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now turn our attention to the issue of sustainability in space. Because as space exploration continues to grow, so too does the number of satellites orbiting in outer space. And that means we've seen more space debris than ever before, because every mission into outer space causes some amount of space debris. And while some of it is unavoidable, policymakers are now understanding they need to take urgent action to ensure that the same consequences we've seen here on Earth, with our oceans becoming more polluted than ever before, to ensure that the same fate does not apply to travel in outer space.
Ladies and gentlemen, discussing space sustainability versus the sustainability of space, our next panel is led by a moderator, the BBC's Stephen Sacker. Stephen is joined on stage today by Stephen Freeland, Professor of International Law at Western Sydney University, Mike Gold, Executive Vice President of Redwire Space, Wang Cheng, Secretary General of the China Space Foundation, Anton Ivanov, Executive Director of the Space, Propulsion and Space Research Center at the Technology Innovation Institute, Lynette Tan, Chief Executive of Singapore Space and Technology Limited, and finally, Erica Wagner, Senior Director of Emerging Markets at Blue Origin.
Thank you.
Please welcome on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how many of you are watching the World Cup, but it feels a bit like leading a team out before the big game. And I only mention that as an excuse to ask anybody if they saw England win 3-0 last night, because those of you who did will know quite why I'm smiling so broadly today. It's great to be back with you, and as you've already heard, we've got a terrific panel for this this panel discussion, which has got this slightly mysterious, cryptic title of Space Sustainability versus Sustainability of Space. We've been mulling over whether we will truly understand the title. We've decided that it can be interpreted in various different ways, and we're going to show you in the course of the next 30 minutes or so the ways we believe we might best use that juxtaposition of ideas. Let me, again, just very briefly tell you who's on the panel and then give them all a very warm welcome to the stage. So starting over here, we have Professor Stephen Freeland, who is the Emeritus Professor of International Law at Western Sydney University, but for this discussion also, very importantly, is Chair of the UN Working Group on Space Resource Activities. Next to Stephen is Mike Gold, who now is Chief Growth Officer at Redwire. Mike has a long career behind him at NASA. He was one of the leads on the Artemis Accords, which no doubt will feature in this discussion. Next to Mike, Anton Ivanov, who is Executive Director of Space Propulsion and Space Research Center and Technology at the Innovation Institute and here in Abu Dhabi. Anton's worked all over the world, the United States, Russia, elsewhere. He brings an enormous amount of expertise and experience to this discussion. Over on this side, next to me, we've got Lynette Tan, who is Chief Executive of Singapore Science and Technology Limited. Then we have Wang Cheng, who is Secretary General of the China Space Foundation. And at the end, we have Erica Wagner, who is Senior Director of Emerging Space Markets at Blue Origin. So we've got a fantastic sort of range of geography, of experience, of think tanks, private sector, formerly of space agencies. So please, ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation by giving this lot a very warm round of applause. Now, as I said earlier, my day job is on the Hard Talk show on the BBC, so I like to ask fairly challenging questions, and I'm going to start with a very blunt question for the panel, and Stephen, you can take it on first. We humans have managed to screw up our own planet pretty badly, and we're wrestling to save our planet from the impacts of dangerous climate change, of toxic pollutions of different sorts, of deforestation, all sorts of things that we've done harm to our own planet. Are we in the process right now of doing very significant harms to the vast space above our planet? And is there any reason to believe we can stop doing those harms?
Oh, thank you for throwing that one at me, and thank you firstly to the UAE government for the wonderful opportunity to be at this great forum. And what a cheery question to start the debate, really. Well, as everybody knows, we are all dependent on space for all aspects of our lives. It's part of critical infrastructure. And lots of studies have been done about a day without space, particularly by the military, but if you extend that, a day without space literally would put us all back into the dark ages. And so the question is so important. You know, if we are following a business as usual approach, the way we've approached and not dealt with environmental concerns on Earth, if we follow that approach into space, and I have to say we probably have been following that approach, we run a real risk of space becoming unsustainable. If space becomes unsustainable and inaccessible, we all understand that that compromises our ability to utilize space, which of course means that all of those incredible benefits, not only commercial benefits, but for humanity's sake, all those incredible benefits themselves are compromised. So business as usual will take us down a path that may be even irreversible. Some say we're almost there. Is there a way we can stop that? Well, of course, technology. There's a lot of amazing technology that's being developed by various companies for on-orbit servicing, for active debris removal, for lasers that deflect debris. Our processes of space tracking are getting better, although they need to get a lot better. But, you know, technology in and of itself is not going to solve the problem if we don't have, in a sense, a radical rethink about how we approach space. So what is the answer? Well, the answer is that if we do screw up space, it screws it up for everybody. Who will suffer if space becomes unsustainable? We all suffer, of course. But when you think of it, who will suffer the most? The largest spacefaring nations, and I don't need to name them, but whilst every country is dependent on space, the large ones are the most dependent. It's given them incredible advantages. They have incredible space infrastructure which complements what they can do on Earth, but therefore they are the most vulnerable if space is compromised. And so if we get it horribly wrong, we all suffer, but in a sense, those that suffer the most are the larger, more powerful spacefaring nations. And that's a really sobering thought for them. It's sort of different from how we think about climate change, where we all suffer, but those that suffer the most will probably be the poorer countries, the low-lying island states, those that don't have the capacity to adapt. And so I think that, notwithstanding rhetoric and competition and all the issues we've already heard in this wonderful forum so far, that is a common feature that countries have to come to grips with. You know, we can talk and have the rhetoric and compete, but in the end we have a common interest not to cross red lines that will, in a sense, bring us back down and get rid of our competitive advantage. And I think that's a really powerful tool that we need to promote, that we all have a common interest to change the way we adapt to space and use space. Of course compete, but do it in a way that lessens the possibility that we get to that irreversible point. Thanks.
Right. I understand the logic of your common interests argument, Stephen, but right now, let's just look at the legal instruments, the rules and regulations that exist and ask if they're fit for purpose. Mike, I just referred earlier to the Artemis Accords, which you were involved with. One, I guess, American-led approach to try and establish sustainable rules and regulations for activities around the moon, but in a wider sense too, in terms of space activity and exploration. those Artemis Accords have only been signed up to, I think, by roughly, what, 20 nations?
21.
21.
And counting.
But let's just be really honest with each other here. None of the UN treaties, the initiatives taken at the UN, or the Artemis Accord, nothing right now represents a set of rules and regulations that is truly working, right?
I would have to disagree with that. And first, again, let me thank the UAE Space Agency and Emirates. When I disagree with it and say that the system is working, UAE deserves a lot of credit, that Emirates was a founding member of the Artemis Accords, and Emirates coming on to the stage, not just in technology, but in policy is so important. Please, all the engineers, put your hands over your ears for a moment. Engineering's the easy part. The policy, the legal, the financial aspects of space, I truly believe is the most challenging, and to an extent, what has held us back. There's no rocket equation for the US Congress, et cetera. So,
you speak as a lawyer there, Mike.
recovering attorney. So the Accords are a step forward in that the Outer Space Treaty, over 30 years old, doesn't look a day over 50, right? The Outer Space Treaty, I think, is very functional. It's as relevant as it was back in the 1960s, and is a wonderful foundation to build upon. But we do need to build upon it. So the Artemis Accords were designed to implement the Outer Space Treaty, the Registration Convention, the Liability Convention, the Agreement on the Rescue of Astronauts. These are the fundamental bones of space law that now can be expanded upon. So I believe it is working, which is not to say that we don't have challenges, as was articulated in terms of the amount of debris in space and the mega constellations, where it used to be one rocket, one payload. Now you have one rocket and thousands of payloads coming out. And we together as humanity need to tackle this issue before there's a conjunction in space that would either lose the space environment to us or result in draconian controls. But I do believe it's possible. If you look at the success of the ITU, for example, the International Telecommunications Union, there have been countries that were at war with each other and still came together in the ITU. So I have great hope relative to the fact that the US and China and many other nations, while we may have different documents, we're all part of the Outer Space Treaty, and I think there's common ground that we can all come together on. The Accords were a beginning in civil space. Now what we need to do is look at a version of the Accords for commercial space.
You're right. Well, last phrase there, commercial space, and the treaties you refer to and the Artemis Accords were sort of documents and efforts to get states to coalesce around rules. But now, when we talk about space exploration in the coming years, we're not just talking about states, we're talking about major private enterprises as well. You know, some of the most important players here are people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and others too, who are throwing money at their own space ambitions. So Erica, I'm going to bring you in. Is it time and is it necessary for you guys at Blue Origin and for the other private operators in space now to be absolutely front and center of discussions about what happens next in terms of space governance?
So I do think we are making that shift, right? If you look at the International Space Station, it really was the space agencies of the world coming together in that intergovernmental agreement. When we look at the Artemis Accords, it's the governments of the world coming together. And the commercial entities are that next wave. Blue Origin was founded with a vision of a future where someday we have millions of people living and working in space for the benefit of Earth. And I think that those three phrases really give us a good foundation for the kinds of collaboration that are needed. Millions of people means that we're not just missions, we're actually communities, and we need to think about the economics, the policy regimes, the technology that goes behind that. Living and working in space means we don't just go, but we go to create value, and the value we are trying to create there is for the benefit of Earth. It's not about abandoning Earth. It's not about creating an unsustainable environment that we can't live in. For us to survive as companies, we have to create a sustainable space future. So I think it's incumbent upon us to be good.
Sustainable for you, does it mostly mean sustainable in terms of ensuring, you know, that we care and nurture the space environment, or does it mean sustainable in terms of a business model, that you need a viable, sustainable business model, and ultimately a model that delivers profit for you and your shareholders? Because, you know, many people might be somewhat cynical about your motivations if in the end what matters most to you about space is making money out of it.
So we have only one shareholder, so that makes it easy. He is not in this for us to return, returns to him.
But this isn't just about Blue Origin.
No.
But generally, when private sector business looks to space and talks about opportunities, it's talking about opportunities to make a profit. And that, in the context of this sustainability debate, may, for some people, immediately raise red flags.
It is a healthy tension that we have to keep an eye on. I would argue that even more so than national space agencies, companies that do not take sustainability seriously will not survive as companies. It's imperative to us. Those are not in tension. They are well aligned with each other.
Really, you absolutely
believe
that this is in sync. This isn't a tension which is two opposing forces.
We have to keep an eye on it. But if we create an environment where we cannot run our business, then we don't have a business anymore.
Right.
Companies like Blue Origin may actually have the solutions for space sustainability.
Is that something you're actually looking at and trying to draw up? Tech solutions to, for example, the debris problem.
So I think there's definitely things that are coming in place that are technology oriented. I would say that reusable rockets are a really good step in that direction. Our new Shepard rocket that's operating today, our new Glenn rocket that's coming down the pipeline for LEO and cislunar operations are designed to be reusable. So rather than throwing away spent stages in the ocean, leaving fairings up in space, what we're moving towards is a place where that is something that becomes an asset for the business and therefore is an economic driver towards sustainability.
Wang Cheng, I want to bring you in because I don't know if you feel there are parallels with the climate change debate, but clearly in the climate change debate, which ultimately is about the future of our planet, its viability for human life, there are clear differences of perspective between the sort of rich world nations which have long benefited from industrialization and development, and those countries which are coming later to the industrialization party and feel that they're being penalized for the, the carbon policies of the more established, rich, industrialized world. Is it the same in space that viewed from China, for example, you feel that the rules that apply to you should be somewhat different as you're a sort of younger space nation?
Very good question, and thank you so much for our UAE's colleagues for organizing this debate here. And this question, your question is very confusing, but I can give you some information here. For example, China is building up a very large and huge space infrastructure, including remote sensing, navigation, and even some of the satellite using for the climate change. And more satellite was put into use right this time. And we also have some collaboration programs with France, with Brazil. For example, like we are not only offering the basic information, but also we're offering some public service, not only to China, but also globally, offering the remote sensing data to be applied in the climate change, etc. And secondly, I think we're talking about industrial or developing countries. I'm talking about China is really open to the international world. Because let's talk here. We have set up some chance of opportunities operation for lunar exploration. For example, like we have Saudi Arabia colleagues, we have on board the payload and very successful image of the lunar exploration. And we even open, the manned space flight for under the UN framework. And recently, we have signed agreement with UAE Space Agency talking about the future lunar exploration. So that's why China is trying to all kinds of effort under the framework of the United Nations, talking about, for example, like the UN Sustainable Development Goal, and we try to contribute more. But right this time, there was one problem, that's one of the reasons why UAE colleagues is organizing this debate. How to organize all the international space community together to talking about what we can have the consensus, not a conflict here. So that's the reason why we come here, find a common interest, and to work together, push on it.
Yeah, I mean, all this sounds great. Everybody talking about common interest and everybody seeing clear logic of developing space in a sustainable way. I just wonder, truly, whether actions speak as loud as these words. So, Lynette, you sit in Singapore. You're listening both to what's coming out of the United States, out of China. What's your perspective on the degree to which the rhetoric of respecting the need for sustainability is being matched by action?
Actually, I think we're all talking about different things, but we're all talking about the same thing. And what has not yet been firmly established in many dialogues is actually the first principle. We talk about regulation, we talk about, is it for profit? For government, it's about prestige, it's about socioeconomic benefits. For non-profit groups, it's about the benefits of space technology to help the planet. And for enthusiasts, it's about deep space exploration to push, the frontier and the limits of human imagination and how far can we go into space. But what we can all agree, and we don't talk about this as much, and I would like to encourage all of us too, is that the first principle of space. I think it is a place that brings out the best in humanity. It's exemplified by the International Space Station, the ITU. We were talking about many different discordant initiatives, but then many times in space, people have come together to work on large, massive projects together in lunar exploration, in the Mars mission, right? And now to combat climate change. So the first principle is, one, space should bring out the best in humanity. And it is the best platform for humanity to preserve it for our next generation. And I think we all agree with that. And what doesn't get talked about, we have lawyers here, we have companies here, I'm in a non-profit group. We should talk about creating the right culture, right? We talk about regulations, who's gonna sign this, who's gonna sign that, is it an agreement, is it a protocol? But being very active in creating the right culture to collaborate, to cooperate, in debates such as the ADSD, I love the acronym, and in dialogues, right? Then the names don't matter because the culture will bring us to where we want to be it to make money because you want it to be sustainable, you want shareholder or shareholders to be sustainable, socioeconomic benefits for emerging countries and small countries, large countries. We want to have that kind of right culture. And that we understand that we have to have differences because that gives us challenges and positive tension. But we also want to know that we have to use space as a place that will bring out the best in us for future generations.
Thank you very much. That's a very good way of putting it. Anton, I just want you to give me a sense of how far we need to think ahead in terms of new rules, regulations, frameworks for sustainable space ambitions. For example, there's a lot of focus at the moment on space debris, and I think the European Space Agency says there might be 300 million pieces of space debris already out there if one goes down to the size of 1 millimeter in diameter plus. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary figure. But I'm now thinking to myself, if indeed the next step is to establish sort of industrialization on the moon, for example, and mining on the moon for, I don't know, rare earth minerals or whatever, do we need to start planning for sustainable approaches to resource exploitation? Do we need to think about property rights in space? How far do we need to take this thinking about what sustainability might mean?
Well, first of all, just wanted to say that
well, you need to speak quite close to it, but yours doesn't have a light on. Can we make sure Anton's microphone is...
just press a button.
There you
okay,
go.
There we go. Well, first of all, I just would like to say maybe a little bit, out of the line. I don't think there is anything of value for us on the moon. I actually think that...
so you think there's nothing of value for humankind on the moon?
No.
So...
It's my planetary science background talking, I'm sorry.
Yes, no,
I'm speaking as a scientist.
I want you to speak as a scientist. That's kind of interesting. I've heard other people tell me that they think there is commercial value in the moon, but...
I don't think so.
All right, good.
Although...
Those of you who invested massively in moon-based resource companies, forget it. You've already lost your money. It's worse than crypto.
But space tourism is definitely of value. I will definitely go to the moon maybe with Blue Origin, if it's affordable, if it's like within something that we usually spend on vacation with family.
Right.
But what I wanted to highlight is responsibility of commercial, of governments. This weekend in UAE, as you well know, is a national day, 51 years. So congratulations to UAE, very young country. And we all have a long weekend. So with my family, we went to the desert, camping, very nice, under the stars, very nice. When you're camping, the main rule is you have to clean up after yourself. So you keep the desert the way it is when you came. It's actually the same thing for hiking in Switzerland. And it's exactly the same should be applied to our activities in space. And it's very simple, it's very basic. This is something that we teach to our kids. So why don't we behave the same way in space as opposed to what we teach to our kids? And this responsibility can be enforced through treaties, through some commercial operators. Actually, another...
But it can't, that's the truth. I mean, you say it can be, and maybe in some theoretical future it will be, but right now it cannot be enforced.
Yeah, look, when your car breaks in the United States, you call...
So it can be enforced. Actually, that was one of the nice parts of the Artemis Accords, that for the first time, there was a repercussion if you violate the Outer Space Treaty, that any country that violates the Outer Space Treaty will not participate in that program. So there are repercussions now to violating the OSC.
I think you can make it much easier than that. When your car breaks in the United States, you call AAA, right?
Got the card right here, absolutely.
Exactly. In Switzerland, it's TCS. And you pay some sort of insurance in advance. So why don't we just have all the companies that launch huge numbers of satellites pay to some fund, which will be later on used for active debris removal or for development of technologies. So, and AAA worked, right? It's been working there for how long? For more than 70 years. So there are solutions that we have already developed to teach responsibility to the kids. And this is the same we can do with the companies.
It sounds fascinating, and it sounds great if it would work. I mean, my thought on this is that the cost of getting into space is coming down. Yep. So there are more and more actors who are actively looking at space as a potential commercial opportunity. So, and as you get more and more people involved, you're probably going to get more and more people who don't necessarily have the same level of responsibility and conscience that you've just outlined. And therefore, my question is it actually becoming more and more difficult to build in these approaches, this sense of responsibility, of collective commitment to sustainability? Is that actually becoming harder and harder to instill?
I absolutely agree that it's much harder, but look at, as Mike said, the ITU. The frequency domain is way more polluted than it is right now. But there are heavy fines, and everybody is afraid of FCCs, that they will come down after them if you turn on your transmitter at the wrong frequency. So the humanity has developed ways to make a lot of people behave.
And that can only be...
And economical. It's all.
But it has to be led by governments. I mean, the private sector's got to be involved, but it, in the end, will be led by governments, won't it?
I think it will be, and I think that that's one of the things that I've been so impressed with the UAE here, is that they've really come out of the gate as a space policy powerhouse, and we're really leading the world and thinking about how do we watch as the access to space expands. We've gone from sort of space superpowers that we count on one or two hands to now over 100 organizations, 100 nations in UN COPUOS. So as we start to expand the number of nations that are engaged, those nations that are taking the most active leadership are going to be the nations that we all follow into the future.
That's very interesting. So the sort of received wisdom that really it's only the space superpowers that matter, for the future that may not be the way it works. If the sort of medium-sized but very committed and ambitious space operators can be brought together around common positions, they can wield real power.
And that happens in reality. Sorry to interrupt. That happens in reality. I co-chair the UN committee on this, right? And you've got 102 countries in the room, and that is the full cross-section of different types of countries, from less developed, industrialized, whatever, with different space capabilities, or indeed even no space capabilities. And yet they all have a stake. They all understand that the decisions we make now have to be right for the next 10, 20, 30 years. And all of those decisions, it takes time, but all of those decisions have to be done on an agreed basis. And so every country has the opportunity to contribute. Every country has the opportunity to have voice. The UAE is a wonderful example of a country that's relatively recently been engaged in space in a wonderful way, and yet is exercising its voice to promote responsibility. And there's a real opportunity for those emerging, developing, and, if you like, middle power space countries to play a role, to have a voice. And as I said, every country in the end will work in their own best interests, but it's in their own best interests, as it is for the private sector. The private sector won't make money if space is unsustainable. They need to be able to operate in space. And so we just have to change that language to make clear that actually it's in your interests, your national interests, which coincide with broader interests, to actually look at space and say, this is a finite area that we just have to be very careful about.
And let's not forget about sustainability here on Earth. Earth is in space. And through microgravity research and development, Redwire, my company, is the only company to have ever actually manufactured something on the ISS. We are going to have a whole new scientific and commercial arena in microgravity to develop new medicines, new types of agriculture that are going to create sustainable solutions for climate change, crops that can grow in the desert. We can reduce human suffering. Our company is working on growing new kidneys and hearts in space, all of which I want to take advantage of. So space will result in sustainability, not just in the space environment, but here on Earth as well.
We're almost out of time. I failed. Earlier I said I was a huge advocate of engagement and getting questions. Does anybody, we have a little bit of time, but not much. Has anybody got a burning question they want to ask the panel? Oh, sir, you have. You win the lottery prize for the question, because we're only going to have time for one. Have we got a roving mic that can get to the gentleman who's waving his arm over there? Where is our roving mic? Goodness, having promised a roving mic, I now can't. Have we got a roving mic? Has anybody there? Sir, you're going to have to run, if you don't mind. Run to our questioner, because we're running out of time. No, sir, where are you going?
While we're getting the mic over there, I think that one of the things that's really interesting is this debate is continuing, is that it's not just about the technology, and it means that we have to work with our next generation to start looking forward and leaning forward. Yeah. Organizations like the International Space University, like the Space Generation Advisory Council, like the Carmen Fellowship, are really doing a great job of building those bridges across disciplines and across nations.
So Mike's point is very interesting, that actually to be talking about this, it's so important to understand that when we're looking at what happens over the next 20, 50 years in space exploration, it is going to be not just the engineers and the technologists, it's going to be the lawyers and the politicians, and everybody has to come together. It doesn't make sense otherwise.
Yeah. My foundation is ready to sponsor the young generation of different nations, for example, exchange visit to China and to each other. Visiting the launch site, to have dialogues with the astronaut and the expert engineers of the space area, and this exchange ideas. And when they, in the future, they grown up, you can be proud of it. So the young generation plan for exchanging different nations here.
Very important message. But sir, I did promise you a contribution, so
thank you very much for
as
that.
Quick as you can.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm just going to go to the point. I think we're all here talking about sustainability and how important it is. No disagreement about how we should protect space and how space is important. But since we're talking about moving towards commerce, moving towards more industry, led, by private sector and so on. My understanding, but correct me if I'm wrong, industry is not really about treaties. Industry is about standards. If I'm an engineer, if I'm a commerce, I would like to know what exactly is required. If you tell me you should make space safe, I will tell you absolutely, by all means. If you tell me I should make it sustainable, I'll tell you by all means. But what does it mean to me if I don't have clear standards? The way I would interpret it in my company could be one way, another company could do it totally different way. Is that fair?
But yes, that's where I guess states have to come together and define standards and set rules. Your point is a good one. We're going to have to finish because I've got a blue timeout in my face, and that's telling me we've got to stop. But Erica, just speaking, as a key player in the private sector.
On behalf of all industry.
Yeah, on behalf of all industry, just respond to that.
No, I think that that's exactly right, that we are reliant on our nations to set good norms and good policies. We're beholden to the regulations in which we operate. And we are coming together as industrial bases to commit to standards that make sense for an entire sector. So I think it's both.
Yeah, all right. I have a feeling I've left questions in the audience that we haven't got time to answer, and Madam, I see your hand up, but sadly, I think the red lights are flashing and we have to end this session. All I can say is it's a good sign when the debate continues and, there are more questions to be asked, because it suggests that we've hit on something that is really important and that you all really care about. So thank you so much for your time and attention. And if you would, let's just end by giving a very warm round of applause to all of our great panel. Thank you, panel. Thank you very much. We will gracefully exit, and I'll put you back in the safe hands of our MCs for the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you to Stephen Sacco of BBC's Hard Talk and to all of his esteemed panellists this afternoon. Well, our next session is going to be a very special fireside chat with the Chief Commercial Officer of the Al satellite communications company, better known as Yahsat. Now, it's certainly been a busy year for Yahsat, and it will continue that over the next 12 months as they prepare to launch their latest satellite in 2023 and to continue to expand to new markets. We're delighted to be speaking this afternoon with Sulaiman Al-Ali of Al Yahsat. He's going to be interviewed by Emma Brain, UAE journalist and broadcaster. Now, I was speaking with him a little bit earlier, and he said he sees the role of private companies in the space sector here in the UAE as more important than ever before. He says their success in the space sector will depend on just how quickly they can adapt to new technologies, whether they can be efficient and agile when dealing with everything from Internet of Things to direct to device. We're delighted to welcome them both this afternoon. Please let's give them a big round of applause.
أخواني وأخواتي، تنويع اقتصادنا ضرورة استراتيجية أساسية ضمن خططنا للتنمية.
من هذه الرؤية الحكيمة انطلقت مسيرتنا كشركة وطنية رائدة
نعمل لتعزيز جهود التنويع الاقتصادي. نستثمر في قطاعات متنوعة في دولة الإمارات وحول العالم.
الياسات تقدم خدمات الاتصالات الفضائية لأكثر من 150 دولة حول العالم.
تساهم شركة مصدر في تحقيق المبادرة الاستراتيجية لدولة الإمارات لتحقيق الحياد المناخي لعام 2050.
الاستثمار غايته هو أنك تكون عائد ودخل، لكن من أهم استراتيجيات الاستثمار أنك تنوع استثماراتك.
ويظل الاستثمار في الإنسان أهم استثماراتنا لتعزيز مسيرة التقدم والازدهار. مبادلة، نستثمر للوطن.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emma Brain. Lovely to have you here. And I'm chatting to Yasat's Chief Commercial Officer, Sulaiman Al Ali. And we're talking about how the UAE's space and satellite sector has evolved over the years and the opportunities it presents. Good afternoon. Wonderful to have you here.
Good afternoon, Emma.
So first of all, how do Yasat's programs build national capabilities in the development of the space sector?
Thank you, Emma. If we look at Yasat, we started in 2007 with a vision to have a sovereign satellite communication in the UAE. And that vision expanded to beyond that. We went commercially in UAE and even beyond UAE. We are operating 5 satellites today, and we are operating in different segments within the market, and we are delivering leading satellite services globally. We operate in more than 150 countries, and we are a leader when we talk about satellite services. With the years of experience that we accumulated, 15 years of experience, and also after that we acquired Thuraya in 2018, and we all know that Thuraya was the first step for UAE toward the space segment or the space industry. That come with the 25 years. So if you combine these, you are having 40 years of experience in the satellite industry. These years of experience build up with it, you know, the talent and the knowledge. And this is what you need to start your space segment within any country. We started also working with institutions within the country, where we collaborated with Khalifa University and the UAE Space Agency. Khalifa University, they launched in 2017 their master program in space science and technologies, and they started Khalifa University Space Technology and Innovation Center. And we as Yasat, we contributed to that development. And just imagine, you have people who are enrolled in that project, which is considered to be the first curriculum to be endorsed by MIT in the region. 36 of the graduates of the master program, plus 20 of the Bachelor in Science students, they contributed to the design of 6 CubeSat projects. That shows that we started to have in-country capabilities of building, you know, satellites. Another also program that we are running within the organization, which is called GROW. GROW is a program that we are running with human capital resources within the organization, where we identify leadership potentials within the organization, and we put them through a specific program to elevate their skills and knowledge to be leaders in the company and in the industry in the future. Today we are talking about 60% of the leadership positions within Yasat Group. They are from Emiratis, who most of them graduated from that program. Also, with the mega projects that we run within the company, like building a new satellite, that is a unique experience that we wanted our team to be exposed to. So when we built Aliyah 3 and we launched it in 2018, we created what we call as a project management office. This project management office they will be with the manufacturer of the satellite from the time we sign that contract until we deliver that satellite and it is launched and operational. That experience is very unique and it's rare, and I think we wanted our team to be part of that. Now, with the second project that we are running today with the Thuraya 4 Next Generation program, we are repeating the same. We saw the amount of knowledge that the team that is going there, they are accumulating. And if you talk to your team before they go and after they come, you see that their even understanding and perspective of the satellite industry and manufacturing is totally changed. So that understanding is really crucial to build up the local talent within the UAE to have the space segment.
And what does Yasat's global network mean for your international partners?
So if we look at Yasat Group today, as I mentioned, we are covering more than 150 countries. We have 4 offices, 2 of them in UAE, 1 in Dubai, 1 in Abu Dhabi, and we have 1 office in South Africa, and we have an office in Singapore. That is putting us really close to our partners to understand the market and to understand their needs. When our partner look at us, they look at a company that have been in the industry for a long time. They are financially strong. We have shown recently a double-digit growth compared to last year in our recent announcement. And they saw that a lot of operators within the industry, they go through the struggles, ups and downs. But Yasat as a group, we have a sustained growth. Today we are ranked out of the top 10 satellite operators. In only 15 years of operation, we passed companies who have been there in the industry for even more than 40 years. That is showing that the company is going in fast pace, and we are really delivering to our customer the latest technology, and we are fulfilling the requirement that is coming in the market. I will give you an example of a niche market that we are identified with a collaboration with our partner. In the Asia-Pacific region, we know that there is a lot of fishing boat in that region. And the fishing segment within the maritime segment is a very niche market that was not given a right focus. But the requirement of these fishermen are only basic need of communication. They want to communicate with their families. They want to communicate with the authorities if they are in danger. So they don't, and they have a problem of affordability. So what we did with our partner, that we created a solution. We called it Marine Star. That product is just fitting their requirement, and we had a great success in Asia-Pacific region, where we have today more than 20,000 of these products are installed in fishing boats, and more orders that we have in the coming year. Also working with the government entities within the Asia-Pacific region, they wanted to monitor these fishing boats and monitor their trips and their activities to sustain the maritime, the marine life in these regions. So we created a program, an application that's called SatTrack, which was well accepted by the government, and some of these government or fishing authorities, they are using it to monitor the fishing activities because they provide some subsidies based on the activities and how they are following the rules. So our partners, they look at us in a way that this is a company that are flexible in terms of providing the needs of the market, flexible also in their approach. They are approachable, they are near to the customer, they are near to the real reality of the ground.
And the UAE has goals to be a global hub for space tech. So what strategies are there in place to move towards those goals?
I think, or I believe, UAE have already started to build the ecosystem around the space tech and to be a global hub in the space tech. Starting with whatever I mentioned at the beginning about building the right knowledge and talent within the country, being within the organizations or being also with the institutions within the industry. Like UAE University, we have also Khalifa University, where both of these institutions, we are collaborating with them to build up the local talents. After that, it will come, you have to build up you have to bring the technology in the country, and then you need to start manufacturing that. With Khalifa University Space Technology and Innovation Center, they have the capability of building certain type of satellites. With the National Space Science and Technology Center in Al-Ain, that is with the collaboration with UAE University and UAE Space Agency. That's also a facility that can build up to medium size of satellites. And the trend in the market today in terms of satellites, you'll see that most of the satellites are going today in the medium range for the LEO constellation. So I think we build up the base for the future, because we know that the future is always going into that range. So we build up the knowledge, we build up the talent, we brought the technology in country, and we have the manufacturing in the UAE, but we need to expand that manufacturing, not only to build up satellites, but we need to manufacture also other elements within the satellite, let's say, ecosystem, where we collaborated with Tawazun to create a Star Technology company. That is a company that will be creating components and equipment that will be used in the satellite communication. And we are looking also to partner with others within the industry of UAE to create that within UAE. The last part of revolving that ecosystem is you need to have an R&D center. This is what we are trying to create today in UAE, to have a really successful research and development center that will keep that cycle running, and in each cycle it keep evolving and improving. That is an ecosystem that is called, future-proven ecosystem.
And the startup ecosystem is huge here in the UAE, and it's growing exponentially. So how is Yasat helping to support that and encourage that innovation and growth?
I think this is a very important part, and I think we need the entrepreneurs here and the startups to hear us really. This is an element that will really contribute a lot to the industry if they give it a focus. And there is a huge room for the entrepreneurs and also the startups to come. And we need them, and we encourage them as well. If we look at the country, UAE was ranked the 4th globally in the Global Entrepreneurship Index in 2020. So I think we have built the infrastructure, we have created the infrastructure to smoothen the entry of the startups into the industry. And we as a private company, we are supporting that. There are a lot of incubators within UAE who really take these ideas and help them to be a real product that can be, commercialized. Last month we have signed an agreement with Hub 71. Hub 71 is an Abu Dhabi-based incubator for entrepreneurs and startups. And immediately after we signed that agreement to support entrepreneurs and show them that we have an interest on them to really come and show us the fresh look, the path-breaking innovation that they bring, because usually they come with a different perspective from the traditional way that we have, spent our life looking at it. They will come with a different way of how to utilize this technology in a different way. We signed an agreement immediately with Mental VR. Mental VR is a VR company, a programming company that they create programs based on virtual reality. And they will be building for us a training program that is based on virtual reality, that our employees or our personnel who are in the field, and instead of communicating with them in voice or video communication, you can have that training for them on a virtual reality. So just imagine, a new fresh perspective from a startup changed something in our daily life.
I mean, it's amazing. Things happen so quickly here, and I think that's what attracts people here. Can you elaborate some more on Yasat's ambitions and strategies for the future growth, please?
Yasat have been a major player and contributor to the growth of the space segment within UAE. And we will continue to support that segment, and we will continue to really enrich that segment with talent, with knowledge, and with all the capabilities that it needs. Looking also at Yasat in the future, I think the dynamic of the market, and as you said, the market is changing very fast, and we need to be also fast in adopting to these new technologies. We are giving focus today to high growth segment within the industry. One of these areas is IoT, where we shown recently our interest in, and we have invested in a company called ESAT, the one who will be bringing low cost, low power, and low latency devices for IoT application that can be utilizing our current asset. That will be launched in 2023, and the market for that is huge, and the potential for it is huge, and we are also actively looking in different also investment in the same segment. Other segments within the market now, there is direct-to-device where this is the talk of the market today that everybody is talking about, you know, the application that can talk from the satellite direct to your devices. This is also an area of growth that we are really closely monitoring and looking at it. There are also Earth observation and advanced satellite communication solution that will come in the future. Also, we have the new Thuraya 4 satellite project that will be launched in the coming years. That project will open for us new markets where we will be covering the whole Africa instead of, you know, like having a portion of it missed in the previous satellite, but now we will be covering the whole Africa. That is opening new maritime market for us, new markets in southern countries in Africa. And also, we will be launching a new portfolio of product that will be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in the L-band industry and the mobility industry ever. They will come with a lot of innovation. We will be launching the highest speed that is available in the L-band spectrum. We will be entering new segments like aviation. We'll give it a focus. We will enter into maritime with a different focus. And we want to continue being a leader in the industry and move from the traditional way of doing business to the new and advanced and innovative way of approaching the market.
So it's fair to say the future is very bright and exciting.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward to that. So Suleiman Al-Ali, who is the Chief Commercial Officer at Yasat, thank you so much for chatting to us this afternoon. Lots of exciting things to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you, Suleiman Al-Ali and Emma, for these insights.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have arguably saved some of the best for last today. Because I think some of the conversations, some of the discussions we've heard so far today has highlighted, has talked a lot about the role of governments and international space agencies in shaping this sector today. But I think one of the exciting developments is that the space sector is no longer just the domain of major governments and big defence companies. Increasingly, the role of the private sector is having a major impact on how we explore and develop our space. And I think while private sector companies like Blue Origins or SpaceX tend to grab a lot of the big headlines, there are a lot of really exciting private sector companies that are launching their own satellites and rockets. Our panel this afternoon told me a little bit earlier, said we are in the midst of such an exciting, transformative time for the space sector when it comes to the private sector companies, but they did admit that a number of challenges remain. So we're very pleased to welcome them on stage this afternoon. Delighted to welcome our moderator for this session, the Executive Vice President of Redwire Space, Mike Gold, who we met a little bit earlier today. We're delighted that Mike is also joined by Thomas Reiter, the Interagency Coordinator and Advisor to the Director General of the European Space Agency. He's also joined by Jeffrey Manbar, the President of the International Space Stations at Voyager Space, as well as Jean-Marc Nasser, the Executive Vice President of Space Systems at Airbus Defence and Space.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind that with the space systems pegged as a $1 trillion business by 2040, the stakes are clearly very high. So joining us soon will be Mike Gold and his panelists. Please welcome on stage.
Well, deja vu. I feel like I was just here recently. All right, who's ready to hear about the private sector, the power that is creating this second golden age in space? We've saved the best panel for last for you today, so thank you for hanging with us as we get into this incredibly important issue that's driving so much change and, yes, creating some challenges for us in space. Our introducer took care of who we are, so I'd like just to jump right into it and go to our friend Thomas. Thomas, there's been some discussion of the Artemis Accords already. Could you talk about, do you think we need a commercial version of the Accords? Do we need new legal agreements to address many of the challenges with commercial space, or new groups like the ISEC-G? And if you could even describe what the ISEC-G is for our audience, what do you think has to happen evolving in policy to accommodate these new changes that commercial space is bringing?
Thanks a lot, Mike, for this introduction. And indeed, I believe that as we are moving on from time and space where it was basically dominated by institutional organizations, by space agencies, we need another framework. As we have been trying to move out towards moon and other celestial bodies, it's clear that if we want private industry to make investments, that they need a kind of legal framework in which they are working. So that is one aspect, and I think that is also one of the main drivers for the Artemis Accords. On the other hand, I think the role of having really strategic views for the future is a very important one. You mentioned ISEC. ISEC stands for the International Space Exploration Coordination Group. Going out beyond low Earth orbit to our next celestial body, the moon and Mars and so forth, and especially when we want to send humans there, we need a long-term plan. We need to know how to do it, with which technologies are needed, and we need an implementation plan for it. And I think that clearly underlines the need for strategy. This cannot be done just by a decision from one day to the next. And I think in the past, this development of this global exploration roadmap, which is the document you were just mentioning, has been elaborated by the International Space Exploration Coordination Group, where more than 12 agencies are actually involved. This is the basis for the activities we see now. Now, who could have imagined maybe 5 or 10 years ago how well this evolvement or the process of evolving in the commercial area could have gone. So I think this was the right steps to do, the right documents to lay down. And now we see, fortunately, this development that we can most likely in future have a lot of commercial exploitation in this domain.
So, Thomas, just to be clear, you're saying we need more lawyers in space.
Yes, Mike, I closed my ears as you asked in the last session that engineers have an easy task and now it's the time of the lawyers. Yes, I have to admit, even though being an engineer, I tend to agree to that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you following instructions, and this is where I suffer from what I said in the last panel. Jean-Marc, let's turn to you. Yeah, I mentioned the second golden age of space, or the revolution that's happening commercially, but we already have seen tremendous commercial growth in space, particularly in the telecommunications sector. There was a time when there were only a few satellites and they were controlled by governments. Now, billions, tens of billions of dollars, and our cell phones and every aspect of our modern life are influenced. I wonder if there are any lessons we can draw from the commercialization of satellites and telecommunications towards this new era of space commercialization that we're seeing today.
Well, thank Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. So, of course, space is living a second revolution today that happened in Earth observation and telecommunication something like 15 years ago, where before that, satellites were responsibility of governments, and they were developing technologies, and the companies were producing for governments and exploiting for governments. This has changed for Earth observation and telecommunication in the last 10 years. And two examples, we have developed, especially in Europe, leading edge technology for software-defined satellites, and my colleague Hervé will probably mention it. This is an investment of private industry for cutting edge technology for telecommunication. And when it comes to Earth observation, we, Airbus, have developed a constellation of 4 high-resolution observation satellites. Pléiades Neo, 2 are in orbit, 2 will go in 10 days from now. A constellation of 4 satellites, 30 centimeter resolution, 100% paid by us. Why is it so? Because the industry is mature. We have the capabilities to develop now solutions that meet needs of our customers, be it governmental customers, and I'm not discarding them. I like governmental customers very much, but also commercial customers. Space remains a territory of sovereignty, that we have more governmental customers than commercial customers, but this will change. And when it comes to exploration, when we speak of exploration of the universe, it's seen as being very far away in terms of private investment, but I think we're wrong. It will come. I give you a couple of examples. We have developed 5 years back a capsule called Bartolomeo, which is attached to the space station, 100% financed by us, where you can run experiments in space. And the private sector is buying this, and it's growing. We see that happening every day. We will have, in the future, private space station. My colleague Jeff will certainly address it later. I'm sure it will. And I think industry is there to prepare the grounds for the exploration economy, which will serve governments, serve commercial customers, and there will be no moon economy without a low Earth orbit economy, and that's the next step. Then when the moon economy will exist, probably towards the end of the middle of this century, then we can go further. I'm a true believer that working hand in hand between governments and companies will make it happen. We see many startups being active in the domain today. We work with many of them. This ecosystem, big companies, startups, suppliers, working together is making space very mature. So this is the recipe for success. We have shown it in telecom. We have shown it in Earth observation. We'll show it for space exploration.
It's a wonderful point, and I want to come back to that later on in terms of the role of government in supporting commercial space. You mentioned space stations, and that's a great segue to Jeffrey. Jeffrey Mamber founded NanoRacks. Jeffrey believed in commercial space before it was cool, so he's been a long-time adopter. Jeffrey, we've seen first cargo to the International Space Station go from government to the private sector. Now with SpaceX, we've seen crew transportation to low Earth orbit go from the government to the private sector. Now the actual platform itself, the station that people will go to, is transitioning from the government to the private sector. Tell me what you think that means, how it will occur, and how we'll all benefit from it, both public and private sector.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, and thanks for the intro. And
Jean-Marc, thanks for the segue. I'm confused, I'm always confused a little bit because people question the role of the private sector in space exploration. And I always wonder why in space exploration they question the role of the private sector, and they don't do it in aviation, they don't do it in any other industry, but somehow in space we're always at this point. And even this morning there was a gentleman who said, you know, can we trust the private sector for some of these issues? And I was polite, I didn't say anything this morning, but now I get a chance to say something. So, you know, 15, 20 years ago, the United States was single point dependent pretty much in getting to and from space with the space shuttle. And the decision was made in policy to involve the private sector. And there is nobody in this room right now who knows how many launch vehicle companies there are. It's been extraordinary internationally. And the commitment was made by first the American government and then other governments around the world to support a privatization of launch vehicles and transportation to and from space, and we've seen a wonderful result. And now, as Mike was just saying, the American government's made the decision to commit the resources that as the International Space Station comes to an end, we will now have an era going forward in low Earth orbit of private space stations. It's going to be just an extraordinary time where probably in the next 10 years, you'll see probably 8 to 10 space stations. China will have one, India will have one, Russia will probably have one. There'll probably be 5, 6, 7 that are privately in the West. 1 or 2 might be hotels, a couple might be for research, 1 or 2 might be for professional astronauts. And there will probably be a few surprises of governments and non-Western consortia that have their own destination. So at Voyager Space, we were awarded a contract from NASA for $160 million to design and develop Starlab. The $160 million, unfortunately, is a very small part of the capital that we need. And we're spending our time now looking for strategic partners, and there'll be some very exciting announcements in the coming weeks on that. And so it's a very exciting time when you look at the ecosystem that's finally developing in low Earth orbit. We have more and more robustness on the transportation. We'll have the destinations, and with that comes a true ecosystem. And I'll end it there. Thanks.
And the wonderful aspect of this new revolution with commercial space is how international it is, that space is a crucible that forces us to come together, not as Americans or Emiratis or Chinese, as humanity. And particularly the commercial activities lend itself to the global nature of what's occurring. And Radhakrishnan, you know, a few countries have done it better than India. That ISRO has been so amazing.
I forgot to say India too. India will have its own space
exactly.
station. See, there's so many, I forget. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the growth has been, it's good that we're in a place where we can forget about things. But ISRO has been so innovative relative to taking relatively small amounts of funds, yet still having incredible activities, incredible development. Could you talk a little bit about how India got there, and then in particular, how you see the interaction between ISRO and the Indian private sector to inspire commercial activities in your country?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mike, and thank you to all the dignitaries present here. I represent New Space India Limited, which is a 100% owned Government of India company. And I'm happy to say that we are the commercial arm of Indian Space Research Organization, which is the only space agency in India. So before I really talk about how the private companies in India, which are basically backed by, I would say, to an extent by the government, how we have really performed and transformed ourselves. Now, historically, if you look at the Indian space program, like it was mentioned by our minister also in this session earlier, we started our space program almost, I would say, more than 6 decades. So initially, our program started off with building the sounding rockets, and I'm very happy to say today, over the several decades that we have gone through, we basically possess the now technology prowess and capability to build the smaller to heaviest launch vehicles. And I'm sure I'll not be wrong if I say, I think the launches that we process in India are one among the many good launches that are available in the world today. Now, it's not the area of launch vehicles that we have the expertise. I think we also have the expertise in India of building Earth observation, communication, navigation, even several of the planetary exploration missions that we have performed. And I would say the biggest takeaway of our Indian space ecosystem, if you look at it, starting from the launch vehicles to satellites to the applications, our capability to develop and implement several application-based programs for the user ministries which benefit the national development and also common man on the earth has been a very classic example, I would say, where the entire ecosystem of space has been evolved at the government level. Now, if you look at it, historically, I think any spacefaring nations, and I'm happy to say that we are one among the 6 spacefaring nations in the world. Historically, if you look at the space programs anywhere in the world, it starts at the governmental level. Now, I think so. I don't think any country can have the private startup getting into the space program. And we, as a country, I would say, since the program began almost 6 decades at the government level, which is ISRO, now that we have developed the necessary expertise of what all I mentioned in terms of building rockets or satellites or application programs or ground segments, name everything, I think we have the capability to do that. Now, government decided, maybe very recently, in June 2020, now it is a time that the space sector has to be opened up. The reason being, we need to utilize the assets that are existing in space and provide better commercial exploitation so that India's contribution to the total global space economy, the market which is, we are talking about $400+ billion, we could garner a larger share of the total market. And in fact, during the June 2020, when Government of India, like Minister mentioned, the Prime Minister of India announced the opening of the space sector by unlocking India's space potential. I think New Space India Limited, we were just created a year before that. So we were created in 2019. This opening of the space sector to a private company like us has enabled us to transform from a mere, I would say, service provider company to end-to-end space company now. At NSIL, we have been now tasked to build rockets of all ISRO, build satellites for the users, establish ground segments, provide launch services. In fact, today we own 11 communication satellites in GEO. And in the next 1 to 1.5 years, we'll be having another 4 more communication satellites with us. So I think I'm very happy to say here that we'll be owning in the next 1 year around 15 in-orbit communication satellite, which will be providing services all over India. We are mostly domestic-centric satellite operator. And in the last 3 years, I'm also happy to say here that we are today $1 billion US dollar company as our net worth, and we are trying to grow and expand ourselves and trying to enter in many of the markets. And what we are doing today, if you look at in India, all the launch vehicles were being manufactured by the space agency through the industry. Industry was only involved in making systems, subsystems. Now, NSIL has tasked the industry to take up the responsibility of building the entire rockets as an aggregate. They need to build the launch vehicle, stack it on the launcher, minus the launch activity, it will be all done by industry. Similarly, slowly we are moving on to the satellite building, transferring the technologies, and trying to establish a new private space ecosystem in the country. Thank you very much.
I've always found it frustrating in the US when people would get afraid or upset about the private sector building actual spacecraft. Who do you think built Apollo? You know, who built those? Of course, it was the private sector. And so much of this revolution has been the way that the government interacts with the private sector. Fixed price contracting, of having the private sector put money in and then finding ways to actually make revenue from the private sector side. And I always like to warn people, beware of false dichotomies, that when I get asked private sector versus government, the answer is always both. As we talk about the people who built Apollo, et cetera, there are strong institutional actors that were around then, are around now, and play important roles, both on government and private sector. With SpaceX, for example, Elon Musk has admitted the company wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the support from NASA and the support from DARPA. So, Harvey, I'd like to turn to you, and we're so honored to have the CEO of Thales here with us. What do you think that interaction looks like moving forward between the institutional actors, you know, your company being one that has a long history, and governments and others, and this new private sector?
you almost already answered the question, I think, Mike, saying that we need a full complementarity between these two, let's say, contributions. But complementarity is the key word, in fact, as it was said before by Thomas. It has to be part of a kind of global framework where, at the end, we need to avoid the duplications. We need to see where, let's say, the different players will play. The idea being that, let's say, the commercial sector should provide lower cost, accelerated innovations, and a more robust and sustainable space economy. I think that's really what it should provide. And we have good illustrations when looking into the past. The ISS, at the end, I mean, when we look about it, it's really the demonstration of a successful international collaboration and cooperation to develop a modular, adaptable, and open architecture platform. And on the basis of this platform, we have been able to basically, let's say, grow a private sector. The first program was the COTS program, if you remember, the Commercial Orbital Transportation Services for the cargo service to the ISS. And on the basis of this program, Northrop Grumman has been able to build up a cargo service in which the development and the associated risk and reward was shared between industry and the institutions. And at the end, now it's providing a very cost-effective and reliable service to provide this cargo service, using, by the way, Thales and Space pressurized modules, which are key to this success. And the private stations is a bit of the same kind. I mean, now private stations are being developed, but obviously leveraging on all the experience we have gained through the ISS. Jeffrey gave some example. We have obviously the Axiom example also, which will provide 2 additional modules that will initially plug into the ISS and that will become a kind of independent station in the future. So this model can be applied, and I think we should leverage this model for the future, especially when we talk about the, let's say, next generation lunar infrastructure for lunar outpost, lunar human outpost. I think the model can be fully applied, and we can also leverage all the R&D experience that we have gained through the ISS.
Thank you. Before we go to the audience for questions, I'll throw one out for anyone at the panel. What do you see is the greatest challenge to commercial space and privatization? If you were to advise UAE Space Agency or countries that are trying to encourage, develop their private sector, what advice would you give for that? What do you suggest they avoid, support, et cetera? What would you tell folks who are trying to do more in private space and develop it in their nations? Jeffrey?
Well, I can start. I think one thing that comes to my mind, space is not a short-term business. It's a long shot. So people that want to invest into space should have to think long-term. It has consequences on partnership. Partnership cannot be short-term partnership. They have to be long-term. And partnership between the commercial sector and the private sector and the public sector has also to be seen long-term. And in the world we are living in, it's not easy to have a stability between countries, in a relationship. But space needs that. When you start a program, before it's in space and start to deliver services, it takes a certain number of years. So it has to be a long-term partnership and a long-term effort.
Rockets are fueled on patience. Thomas?
So I can...
There's a button.
One button, yeah.
There it is. Yeah, I can only support what Jean-Marc just mentioned. You need to have a long-term vision. Sometimes I'm smiling thinking back in the end of last century when exactly this discussion was going on, talking about, we can really earn money up there on, with doing research, with developing new products and even doing production in low Earth orbit. It was kind of far away and probably nobody would have believed us. And I think, Jeffrey, you mentioned that in your remark before also. And here we are. Now this all is starting. So I would say this transition that was made possible, of course, also by an interaction between the space agencies as enablers, taking part of the risks for the development of certain technologies was exactly the right, and I think this is a recommendation one can give, that this has been the right way. And now we need to let them go. We need to support them and not expect an immediate return of investment tomorrow, but the perspective, I think, is really remarkable.
It's amazing. So much of what we thought about as science fiction previously is coming to pass. Private sector space stations, private rockets. Jeff?
I mean, as an aside, I mean, who doesn't see the picture of the SpaceX rocket coming down and not remember their childhood when you saw that happening all the time? It's just extraordinary. But I'm going to disagree slightly to what my two colleagues just said about long-term vision. Of course, space is long-term, but I never would walk in as an American to a congressperson and talk about long-term. They don't get long-term, okay? So what I would say, and I have friends, many friends here in the Emirates, both in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and I'm struck by the fact that here it's very clear the complexity of space. It has multiple reasons. It has education, and that's one of the most important reasons, is to make sure the workforce is not just committed to Xbox and all the other games, but they actually are doing something that has a workable skill that we need. There's strategic reasons for space now, as many panelists have mentioned, and as the audience, you can see the variety of the uniforms in the audience. And so there's civil research, basic research we were talking about before we came on as a panel. And of course, there's the commercial. And so I think that if I was briefing a new spacefaring nation today, I would point out the complexity. And it has the short term and there's the long term. So.
Yeah, I think in my perspective, when you're talking about the biggest challenge for a private sector to undertake the space activity, so what is that we're talking about? We're not talking about a space activity, we are talking about the development of launch vehicles and satellites. Now, what is really required for a private company to venture into the space activity and the challenge that is going to face, especially when it's taking up the development of a launch vehicle? See, when you do satellites, I find all over the place, every country, people start building satellites because the kind of infrastructure that is required for them to go ahead with this activity may not be that great when you compare with a launch vehicle. So the biggest challenge in my perspective, as far as the private sector is concerned, is the availability of technology know-how, the technical expertise, manpower, which are there to guide them. And because in the private company, somebody who's established it will not have the expertise of all the space engineers giving them in designing the rockets. The most important thing is once the design is done, the testing facility. Somebody who develops a solid rocket motor cannot afford to establish the rocket test facility just for hot firing one, static firing one rocket booster. Once he has done with that, he requires the launch station, right? A launch station is not just erecting one civil structure or maybe metal structure. You need to have a geographical location where you can do. So in my perspective, the private sector taking up especially the activity of building rockets need to be blessed to have all this infrastructure, technical expertise, manpower, facilities available within the country, because this is some of the things which cannot be partnered or shared with some other country because of the dual nature. You know, immediately the ITAR comes into picture. So I would say the biggest challenge for the launch vehicle development is the available of the infrastructure and technical manpower. Added to that, in India, you would have seen once I just mentioned, the space sector reforms have been opened up. There is a mechanism that has to be created, because once a private people start building rockets, there has to be a mechanism to handhold, authorize, monitor, especially once they are done, and give license for them to carry out the activity. See, launching of rockets cannot be done a private entity under you have a supervision at the governmental level. So I think this is the kind of mechanism which we talked about in India we had developed, which is a mechanism called InSpace, which is Indian National Space Promotion, which are basically trying to handhold many of the private companies in India to enable them to have access to the ISRO facilities, ISRO manpower, and also monitor and guide them in terms of the regulations and the authorization that they need to go through.
Harvey, what advice would you give to nations trying to leverage private sector growth?
So Jeffrey didn't like the word long term, so let's call it anticipation. I think there is a need for anticipation, especially when it comes to the new technologies that are going to be required to address the challenges we are talking about. If I take the example of lunar habitat, which is in fact the next stage. A good example or a good illustration is what the Italian Space Agency has done. They have basically funded the development of these 17 breadboards for thermomechanical systems and components basically to prepare the key technologies that are going to be required to have lunar habitat, such as extravehicular activity door mechanisms, windows, micrometeoroid shields, that kind of stuff, so that when it comes to, let's say, larger programs, then all the key technologies are already available. The other element is obviously for this private sector to really emerge, they need, let's say, visibility. So it's not long term, but it's visibility, and especially in terms of let's say, anchor customers, in order to be sure that the investment will be at least backed by a first customer, in order then to be able to, let's say, to get the additional commercial customers. One good example is there is a program, an ESA program called Moonlight. Moonlight is there to provide navigation and communication services on the moon. So as you can imagine, we don't have millions of subscribers that are going to to ask for this service. So it doesn't work if there is no if there is not a very strong commitment from an anchor institutional customer. And the third topic which is required, in my view, is to have a strong ecosystem of SMEs and startups that will basically here also provide the key technologies and create a certain level of competition within this equipment providers ecosystem, in order not to have, let's say, monopoly situations, and in order also to be able to be basically protected against supply chain disruptions, as we have seen during the COVID and the Ukraine crisis.
Wonderful. So let's now turn to the audience. You've got an incredible panel here of an astronaut, CEOs, Indian American entrepreneurs, ESA. So let's see what questions you've got for all of us relative to private sector and commercial space.
Mike?
Yeah. Yes, right over here. By the way, I promise a red wire mission patch for anyone who asks a question, so come see me later.
I'll be waiting for mine, thank you. My name is Shireen Zorba, I come from the UN. And I have for this amazing panel, and thank you for an excellent discussion, a question again going to sustainability, and maybe it's multifaceted. So in terms of infrastructure, policy, and financing, to what extent, from a private sector point of view, do we have what it takes to build sustainability from prevention to management, mitigation, adaptation, to build not only for now with the existing pollution and otherwise, but also into the future? What would it take to have this infrastructure, policy, financing? How do you see the role of the private sector and also the role of policy and government at a global scale, especially that more countries and more coalitions are venturing into the spacefaring community? So I would love to hear your views on that. Thank you.
It's an excellent question. Again, as a lifetime private sector person with a little tenure at NASA, we have no challenges, just opportunities to solve this issue. And I do think that the private sector can be part of the solution, but that does require the partnership with government to invest and create that infrastructure. So, panel, Jean-Marc, would you like to?
Yes, I can start. No, we have nothing. Yeah. I want to be clear. It's a wild world up there, and the video this morning, very well done, by the way, is scary. Yeah. This keeps us awake at night. If space becomes a hostile territory where people start to act against each other, it is the end of the business. Let's be very clear. So there are nice words, there are nice talks, nice discussions, but nothing in place. And it's urgent that the major countries doing space are getting together and make space a territory of no hostile acts, that we can do business there. If not, we'll come back into our cars with a map on our knees to know where to go. And I don't want this for my children.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, to follow through on that, I mean, the private sector is now doing what the private sector does best. It's seeing market opportunities and developing products. But your question and the crisis we're beginning to face is a perfect example, as Mike was saying, why we need the public-private partnership. And one of the things that we've been working on with some of the winners and some of the teams that are developing private space stations is, for example, whether you can have an orbit which the nation states doing space will agree will not have debris, will not have collisions. We'll keep that as debris-free orbit as possible. But in general, the private sector can only do so much, and as Jean-Marc was saying. So again, I'll echo my great question, and let's just hope we come up with a solution on the Earth and in space. So,
Thomas?
Yes, thank you. My take to answer your question is the following. I think in terms of technology, these are things that can be solved. And we started the discussion a little bit with a few reflections on technology or exploration roadmaps. So I think this is all in place. In that respect, I would say we are on a good track. Now, the two other elements which still we need to work on, we all know, and it has been briefly mentioned, to find a kind of framework, legal framework, whatever you want to call it, that allows us that this development goes in the right steps and in a way that it is open and that hopefully all nations can participate. And that is not an easy task because we all know that legislative processes on national level, but even more on international level, take very long. Now we are facing a situation where the developments that we just have been discussing are overtaking these developments. And here I see probably the biggest challenge for the coming years.
And ultimately, it's a global solution. It's the only way we get there. So we applaud your work at the United Nations and everything's done there. So we probably only have time for one last question. This is the last question of the day. So we need to go out on a high note. Who has an incredible question to end this first day of the conference? Here we go. If we could get a microphone to this gentleman in the front row.
Hi. So the UK recently announced a partnership with Lloyd's of London to develop a kite mark or trademark for evaluating space sustainability. So creating a standard for space sustainability and therefore appealing to the insurance market to underwrite change in this sense, and that brings to mind ESG indices and how they seek to regulate commercial markets. And I was wondering if you saw credence to that approach amongst you, if you think the insurance market is a way to go.
Great, let's talk about insurance and regulators.
Well, I'll go first quickly, and I know time is almost up. Insurance is the great unspoken hindrance and help to commercial space activities. We cannot get private capital unless we have good risk mitigation. And so I'm not aware of what this move by the UK Space Agency with Lloyd's of London, but there has to be solutions to figure out that the private sector understands, and the private sector understands risk mitigation. So I think in general it would be a positive idea in bringing together, once again, the financial community, insurance with the hardware needs. So it sounds good.
Positive, but probably unlikely to be good enough, I would say, because it would not prevent from, let's say, some kind of hostile kind of approach towards space on one side, or unresponsible approaches that could basically not be protected by insurance. So I think good move, but not good enough, I would say.
All right, with that, we are out of time, but before we go, I want to say that something that makes space so special is the way it brings us all together as humanity. And you see so many different nations and cultures represented on this panel around the room. Thank you to the United Arab Emirates for the role that you've played in bringing us all together and for creating hope, figuratively and literally with the Hope mission. UAE has done so much in such a relatively small amount of time, and you've got your lunar rover going up. So let's just end by saying, go Artemis, go Rashid, go commercial space, and let's have a warm round of applause for the panelists and all of you for participating today.
Thank you very much to Mike and his incredible panelists for joining us today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very big thank you to all of you for joining us today as well. We hope you have enjoyed these important discussions, these important sessions. We hope that you have found them valuable. It certainly has been a pleasure to join you today. We're going to be back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. sharp, even bigger and better for day 2 of the Abu Dhabi Space Debate, the global platform defining the future of space.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the workshops begin at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Have a great evening. Enjoy your day.
Thank you very much. Good evening and good night.